getting on with their own individual preparation. One day out, you're having your individual athlete meetings to go over what their individual race plans are, what their individual processes are for that. You'll have done this already in the holding camp, but you're just going over it again to just, make sure that that's really bedded in. You're having another staff meeting to again nail down that delivery on race day. And again, athletes are out there training and doing what they normally would do, and you're supporting with that. The plus smile bit that I've got there is, again, you're just trying to, even if, for me personally, you're nervous, you're stressed and you're anxious, but as much as possible, you're trying to give off that impression that everything is fine and it's all under control. And I always try to, I'm not much of a smiler, but always try to remind myself to just keep smiling where I can. And moving on to race day. And again, that less is more. There's a real, you've got to be very clear on what it is your role is and what it is you're trying to deliver, and not, being prepared to do more if necessary, but not overreaching and doing more than that you normally otherwise would. So it's about knowing your role, knowing your timings, knowing where you need to be and when. Like I say, being calm, being clear in what you're doing and saying, and just appearing relaxed. Even though you will be stressed, the job should really be done at this point. There's no big rousing speeches. You're not doing the whole Al Pacino, inches speech. And athletes don't want that. And it's also why it's critical that know each individual. For example, Alistair, on a big race day like this, I might literally have 4 interactions with him, and it might be just about distances to the first buoy, any update on conditions out on the course. It's very, very minimal. He knows what he's doing, and he's happy just to get on with it. Whereas Vicky, for example, I'll make sure that I'm spending a lot more time just chatting with Vicky, and just helping her, keep a mind on things, but also not get too kind of wound up and stressed. And each individual athlete's different. Post-race debrief is really hard to do in a games environment, and this time around in Tokyo will be a real challenge because in the past you've not had that mixed relay event to follow up with, and so you've had that ability to just have a quick catch up with the athletes, make sure they're all right, have a bit of a chat about how things went, but know that you're probably going to really debrief when you're back in the UK. We're not going to be able to do that in Tokyo. We're going to have to debrief well and quickly after the race, just to let the athletes kind of get it out of their system, because we're going to need to hit the reset button really quickly so we can move on with the mixed relay. So that's going to be a different challenge for Tokyo, and something that we haven't experienced at the games before. And it's something that we've done well at times in the past, but at other times we definitely could have done better. So yeah, we need to make sure we get that right.
So Ben's talking a lot about the sporting side of it, and that's absolutely his role during the games themselves. As team leader, I generally tend to fulfill a slightly different role, and most of my role actually is about what's on screen. It's about managing the noise. It's incredible how much noise there is around Olympic Games. It is insane. For anybody who's either been to one or who has been part of a support team for an athlete who's been to one, it is ridiculous the amount of hangers-on there can be, the amount of people that that want to be well-wishers, that want to help, but that can often get in the way and make your life very, very difficult to allow your athletes to perform at their best. So this is generally where I spend most of my time. And friends and family, to be honest, is probably the biggest challenge. Friends and family are there out of love, and they want to support their loved ones to go and perform at the games. But unfortunately, they don't understand a lot of the time that needs to be kept separate during games time, particularly when it gets closer to a race. And we make this a little bit harder for ourselves because we choose to be outside of the Olympic Village. We choose to be in a hotel that's accessible to the general public. accessible to friends and family. So we have to work really, really hard to try and manage the distraction around the friends and family. So you just have to have plans for how to manage it for each individual athlete. You have to think really carefully in advance about what happens if something goes wrong at home. If there's a bereavement, do the athletes want to know? You know, all of these things have to be thought through really, really carefully, so that if and when the worst things happen, you know how to deal with it and you're not super stressed and the athletes aren't stressed, and provides a massive distraction. Some athletes really need to see their family, and some don't want to go anywhere near their family or their friends during games time. And again, you just have to understand that. And similar to what Ben was just saying around actually on race day, we just have to get to know our athletes and understand exactly what it is they want and don't want. You know, one of my overriding memories from Rio was having to spend various trips to and from Mo Farah's family, who were staying at a hotel miles away from where either the Olympic Village was or where the stadium was, basically so that Mo didn't get lost on the way to or from those, because he wanted to see his family, wanted to see his kids. You know, and having to get in a taxi at you know, minutes notice before the medal ceremony because we couldn't find Mo. We realised that he was with his family the other side of town. I had to go and pick him up, bring him back. Didn't have any trainers. I had to give him my trainers so he could stand on the podium wearing the right kit. You know, when you're in that environment, you kind of just do what it takes. And as Ben said, you roll with the punches. So I ended up having to walk home that night in bare feet, which is never a particularly fun experience around the streets of Rio. We're kind of fortunate that we're able to put dedicated people on the ground, but even so, it's still pretty tough to manage. And even your staff, we have to be very, very mindful as kind of the person ultimately responsible for leading the team. I have to keep an eye on the staff because, you know, there's this thing that we used to talk about in my previous role about Olympic fever, and people who have been to multiple games even can go a little bit insane during games. The pressure and the bubble that you generally tend to operate in at games is just like something that you will never experience anywhere else, and it does make normally experienced and sane people go a little bit mad. So we have to keep an eye on that. And then you have the media. There's a huge amount of media you have to manage. And again, having done some media work earlier this week with the announcement of our athletes, it only gets bigger and bigger and bigger as you get towards the games. And I guess the final thing is specifically referencing those people who are on screen now. There are a whole bunch of VIPs. Everybody wants a piece of you, particularly when you have and your athletes have some success. So, you know, as Ben said, the challenge for us in Tokyo in particular that will be new is managing that period between hopefully some real success in the individual events to the relay events, where we'll undoubtedly have VIPs wanting to come and offer their congratulations and, you know, wanting to be a part of that success. And, you know, if you thought managing kind of friends and family, your own friends and family, or your athletes' friends and family was hard, try managing the royal family. It becomes significantly challenging. So, you know, that's a little bit of a flavour of where I tend to spend most of my time during the Olympic Games.
Yeah, was it the royal family from the sitcom, Mike, or the actual? After it's all done and dusted, one of the only things you can guarantee from an Olympic Games is that there will be disappointment. You cannot guarantee success, but you can guarantee disappointment. Not everyone is going to come away happy and fulfilled. And it's a really difficult thing to manage. My own personal experience as competing in Sydney is that I had a terrible day, and it's one of the worst days of my life. And it took me years to get over that. And even now, it's still, you still think back on what could have been and what happened. So it's a really difficult and a very individual thing. As a personal coach in Beijing, I coached 2 athletes onto that team, and neither of them finished the race in Beijing due to illness. And I actually got over that okay. I went on holiday and I came back, and I think because of my own experience, I kind of got over that all right. But when I came back from my holiday, it was clear that the athletes that I coached hadn't gotten over it and were nowhere near getting over it. And my reflection was that I definitely could have done a better job in helping them with that. And I think all you can do is just spend time and talk and let them kind of get it out and talk about it and just reassure. And there's no fast or there's no fast track to it. I think it just does take time, but talking about it, you know, is really helpful. London, you know, the big one was Helen going into that games as one of the big favourites and coming away with a fantastic performance in 5th. But I know for her and her husband Mark that was incredibly difficult to cope with, and a couple of years past that and dealing with injury, they were in not a good place, you know, following London and the time after that. And again, a really strong team around them down in Wales helped them a lot, and time and getting through it and processing. The picture that we've got up there, Vicky coming across the line, winning that medal, and you know, her best friend a couple of seconds behind her. You know, what is that, 20 meters behind her? One of them is lauded and is a huge success and has all the attention, and the other one, you know, in many people's eyes that's a failure. And it's just, how do we draw such a harsh line? It's incredibly difficult, and Non's done incredibly well with that. She's had some setbacks, and she's been incredibly gracious about it. But again, I know she's really struggled. It's a very, very difficult thing. You know, and again, it's time, it's friends and family, it's perspective, and just reassuring them that there's more, you know, there's more to them than one day. They are more than that performance, and the people who matter to them don't think any differently about them. They still love you just as much. You know, but that's, you know, it is a really, really difficult thing. And then the flip side is actually the emptiness of success, because you wake up the following morning, not that I've had that experience, but, you know, speaking to athletes about it, you wake up the following morning and you've got that Olympic medal, but you're not a different person, and your life, you know, you've got a bit more attention, but you go home and life's not really any different. And again, that can be really difficult to deal with. And I know athletes who've really struggled with that as well, and finding, you know, where is the meaning past that achievement. So, you know, I think really, as I say, it's about time, it's about talking about it, it's about support, it's, you know, it's finding that perspective. But it's a massive emotional roller coaster, and no matter what happens, you know, it will have a big impact on those who are, you know, who are going to a games, including staff. Yeah.
And so that's really all we've got to say. We are pretty much bang on the 30-minute mark. Hopefully you found some of that useful, some of it interesting. As I said earlier on, Ben and I are going to be around a little bit later on for a quick question and answer session. So if there is anything that you'd like to ask, anything that's not been clear from what we've said so far, then please save those questions and we'll do our best to answer those for you later on. But I guess on behalf of Ben and myself, just really wanted to say thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Many thanks, Mike and Ben. And yeah, if you'd like to turn your cameras on now, we've got a few minutes for some questions. And thank you to everybody that's put some questions in the Q&A box. I'll try and get through as many of these as I can in the time we've got. So, Ben, I'm going to start with you. You talked a little bit about the challenges of the pontoon rules at an Olympic Games. So the question is, when do the athletes actually find out where their position on the pontoon will be? Is it at the briefing or is it on the race day itself?
Yeah, hi Andy, hi everyone. Yeah, they find out at the briefing. I'll have to do some brushing up on exactly how it works again before we go to Tokyo, because it is a one in every 4 years thing. But I think it's something like the first 20 are blind, and after the first 20 have selected their positions on the pontoon, then you've got a big screen that sits behind the panel who are doing that process, and then all of those spots are opened up, and you can see where people have gone, and then the remainder of the field selects their positions. But it is, you know, there's so much the whispering and the intrigue about who's going where and what's happening is massive heading into that. So, like I say, it's one of those things that is just that subtle difference that you get going to a games that can really throw you off if you're not prepared for it. I remember for me in Sydney, I found that really, really stressful, and it's something that I've always remembered. So yeah, you just got to get everyone prepared for that.
Cool. Thanks, Ben. And Mike, this might be one for you. Why do you choose to be outside the Olympic Village? What are the pros and cons, and do our athletes miss out on that part of the Olympic experience?
Yeah, hi everybody again. Thanks for having us on. The main reason really is that we want to try and keep the experience as close as possible in terms of race day to what a World Series race would feel like. And a lot of the times with Olympic Village, you're quite a long way away from the venue, so there's actually quite a lot of energy can be expended by just literally getting to the race site, getting on buses, getting your bikes there on race day, and all the hassle that comes with that means you've got to get up earlier. It's just significantly easier, and we can keep it a lot more controlled by being in a hotel right next to the race site, which is what we've got to do, what we've chosen to do this time. And the other big one is actually sleep. The village can be a very noisy place, particularly depending on where you are in the timetable. If other sports have finished and they're kind of out having a little bit of a good time, and my own personal view is, as long as you've had a good night's sleep the night before a game, that's probably the most important thing you can do. And if you're able to put yourself somewhere where you can give yourself the best possible chance to have a good night's sleep, then do it. And that's one of the big reasons why we chose to do that.
Brilliant. Thanks, Mike. And this one I think is probably for both of you. Mike, you talked about managing noise. So this question is referencing, London 2012 and a huge number of people that we saw on the course supporting our athletes. How big a miss would having no GB supporters or crowd be? And I guess there's two elements to that. The fact that we're so far away from home in Tokyo anyway, but then, allied that with the COVID restrictions that might be in place next year. What will the impact be on the athletes, do you both think?
And I'll kick off. So I think look, it's going to have an impact. We can't sit here and say that it'll be absolutely the same as normal and the experience that athletes get will be exactly the same. It will be different. And even though it's a long, long way away in terms of geographical location, Great Britain are one of the best, if not the best supported nations, regardless of where we are in the world, even if it's, completely on the other side of the world. It's just as a nation, we have lots of people travel. So not having big crowds of supporters, there are loads of Union Jacks in the stands, will be understandably a big miss. But we had the World Championships out in Hamburg earlier on in the year that was completely behind closed doors, no crowd whatsoever. And whilst it was different, yes, and you will be missing some of the athlete experience, for most athletes, actually, they really thrive in just competing, and it's being out there on the start line and getting those competitive juices flowing, and just the experience of being in an Olympic race will be one of the biggest, if not the most important thing for them. They almost block out the crowds, actually. It's our staff that will probably notice it more. So whilst it'll be a shame, I think it will probably be noticed more by the people that are sitting at home watching on TV, would be my gut. I don't know if Ben's got a different opinion on that.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it definitely affects the atmosphere. And I think when you look back at London, that was absolutely incredible. The crowds down at Hyde Park, my recollection and memory from that was I actually saw very, very little of it, either of the races, because I had to get to my position on the course before the race started, and to try and get back to see any of the run and to get anywhere near the course on the run was impossible. So having crowds like that in itself throws up challenges. And Rio, there was less people there from a crowd's perspective than we get at some World Series races, and it just changes it. The challenge I think we've got for Tokyo is that at this point in time, we just don't know what it's going to look like. I think under normal circumstances, you'd be expecting massive crowds. The Japanese really like to get behind their sporting events, but we all know at this point in time that there's really no certainty about what that's going to look like. I think the crowds, and having the crowds there, definitely enhances the atmosphere. And makes it, that bit more special. But as Mike said, the athletes really just want to focus on getting on with it, making sure that they're delivering as well as they possibly can. And it's probably more something that you reflect upon afterwards than you're necessarily noticing on race day.
Sure. No, thanks both. And unfortunately, that's all the time we've got. There are some other questions that we haven't managed to answer. So what we'll do, folks, is try and provide an answer either later on in the other Q&A session later on, or we'll type some answers so that we cover all those. But thank you for all your questions, and Mike and Ben, thanks again for a really, really interesting and engaging session. So folks, now it's time for our workshop sessions. Hopefully you've all chosen the workshop that you'd like to attend. You've got the link to access that workshop. If not, the links have just appeared in the chat box on this call. So please, in a moment, pop off to your workshops. The workshops will go through until 12:45, and then we'll have a 15-minute break, if you like, transition one, and then come back, please, for a 1 p.m. sharp start where we'll resume the conference. So thanks for your interest so far, and please really enjoy the workshops. Thank you very much.
pushing me up to the top. I saw the clouds looking angry, but then the sky reached my mind. And when I space out, I see the possibilities unfolding the way that I want. That you showed up was written in the palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You cut me. You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet. That you showed up was written in the palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yeah. Am I awake or am I dreaming? So far gone, I won't look back. And when I move, there ain't no stopping me. You're pushing me up to the top. I saw the clouds looking angry, but then the sky reached my mind. And when I space out, I see the possibilities unfolding the way that I want. That you showed up was written in the palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You cut me. You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet. That you showed up was written in the palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. loose and set me free. You cut me.
Welcome back, everybody, and I hope you've all had a chance to grab a bite to eat. In this afternoon's session, we'll be hosting our AGM and awards. However, before we do so, I'd like to introduce you to the Triathlon England Youth Forum and their video entitled A Year in Review. Now, the Youth Forum is a very important part to our future development and is made up of 9 volunteers from across England who represent the views and hopes and ambitions of the next generation of triathletes. I hope you enjoyed their video.
Hi, I'm Amy Crowe, Head of Children and Young People here at British Triathlon. I will start by saying young people are the future and their voices are incredibly important. Every generation has their own experience of what it is to be young, and we're extremely excited about the future of the Youth Forum as they play a vital role in helping us shape our sport for the benefit of children and young people. As we move through the current uncertain times, we want to give young people a voice whilst developing leaders of the future. Now, more than ever, it is so important to ask questions and listen to the views of young people in our sport. To do this, we will encourage the Youth Forum to play an active role in Triathlon England initiatives to widen their impact and coverage and assist with decision-making which affects young people within our sport. Our ambition is to ensure we proactively engage our young stakeholders, both within the Youth Forum and those in the wider triathlon community, whilst gaining insight as to how we best communicate with children and young people, as well as ensuring they are heard. The Youth Forum is a fantastic vehicle to achieve this, and personally, I look forward to working with the current and future members of the group to capture their thoughts and ideas to inform our work with children and young people. In summary, it is key that we develop our sport for the younger generation with the younger generation. I'm now going to hand over to the Youth Forum for their year in review.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Gowers. I am Chairman of the Triathlon England Youth Forum. Being on the Youth Forum has been a really great experience. It's a warming feeling to be involving more young people in triathlon and for them to just have a go at a new sport. Being chairman has been a massive honour and so valuable to my development as a leader. I'm working with such an amazing group of people, making sure that we meet deadlines and are ready for events, to make sure everything is in line and that we've developed together, and as a team it runs completely smoothly. Personally, this experience has helped me gain a new skill I couldn't have developed anywhere else. We planned and delivered a Children's Go Try as part of the Triathlon Festival in February. And so learning about all the hard work that goes into making an event, it's been really rewarding to see the difference we have made to those children's confidence, to say that they've completed a multi-sporting event and want to participate in more. It's also had its many challenges, with our team being all over the country, finding times and places to meet, especially with lockdown occurring. Zoom has been our main point of call, and we've still managed to make developments in our work with our next project reviewing the Young Activator Schools. I have great aspirations for the future of the Youth Forum. I would love for us to be able to put on bigger events and more frequent events with more children and develop some more great initiatives to get and keep young people into our sport for a younger generation to become more sporting oriented and love the sport as much as we do.
Hi, I'm Zach Christie. I'm part of the Youth Forum. Outside of my work with the Forum, I'm currently a university student studying sport management up in Manchester. For me, being on the Forum has been a good insight into how governing bodies operate. Working with the group and putting on our Go Try event in Southampton back in February was my first real taste running an event, and I enjoyed being able to put a first step towards trying to get more engagement and participation in our sport. Being part of the Forum has helped me develop knowledge I have learned at university. I've applied this to my work, not only with the Forum, but also with the Northwest Region Committee, who I've been working with through most of 2020, and I've recently taken up a role as communications officer. A role I've taken to continue to help provide more support to triathlon through this difficult period. Working within the Forum has helped me provide more knowledge on how governing bodies operate. It's something that can really help in me in my future.
Hi, I'm Olivia and I'm on the Triathlon England Youth Forum. I'm currently in my 3rd year at the University of Leeds and I'm really enjoying it. So this year we've organised a Go Try, which we did in January, and I've really enjoyed being involved with that and seeing the children loving it. I also wrote the press releases for the event and helped find contacts to promote the event too, such as like sports clubs, schools, triathlon clubs. And then outside of the forum, it's really helped me develop my confidence and get used to doing things remotely. So quite a lot of our meetings are done over Zoom, which is going to be super helpful in the future considering how everything's going at the moment.
The Triathlon England Youth Forum gave me a really good opportunity to work within a team of like-minded individuals in order to create an event which we delivered at the AGM. This event was a kids duathlon, and the whole project had to be sustainable. So we had to see a future with it next year and the year after. So in order to do this, we bolted it alongside a tri festival that was already taking place at the AGM Bowl. This gave everyone in the team an opportunity to interact with the industry and triathlon experts, also in the development and performance side. And also it gave us an opportunity to see our ideas that we came up with and see them put into practice.
Hi, I'm Megan and I'm part of Triathlon England's Youth Forum. Outside of the forum, I work in a university running their competitive sports programme. In that role, I work with older students, so to be part of the Youth Forum is incredible for me, especially when we hosted our own Go Try event for young children. That was just an amazing experience, seeing young children who maybe haven't even done anything related to triathlon before, just giving it a go, having fun, and seeing them all at the end smiling, holding the certificates was just the best feeling. Another highlight of being on the forum was when we got to watch the elites race in Nottingham. We got to watch from the grandstand, which was amazing for me because I'd never watched a triathlon from there before, and we got to meet all the people behind the scenes that make that event happen. So that was a great networking opportunity for all of us. In general, the Youth Forum has just given me much more confidence. It's shown me exactly how events work, exactly what needs to go into them, and overall it's just completely changed my viewpoint on events and marketing and everything that goes into it. So I've completely benefited from being on the forum, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for all of us and any other events we may do or take part in. I'm just really excited to see where we go from here.
Hi, my name is Alex and I am a National Partnerships Manager for a National Disability Sports organisation, and I'm also a member on the Triathlon England Youth Forum. I wanted to get involved in the forum because being part of something that was brand new was really exciting to me. I thought it'd be really good personal development, and I also wanted to be involved in a platform that could enable more young people to get into a sport. I was on a tight time frame. I think it was a week before I turned 25, and I realised that for personal development, I needed to get in and apply for these things quite quickly. It was really exciting to be part of this forum. I think for me, initially I was a little bit nervous because I didn't have much of a background in triathlon. Just had a passion really for increasing participation for young people, and also had a really strong background with inclusion as well. Being involved in the forum has also enabled me to get a greater understanding of the landscape of sport within a national governing body, and particularly within triathlon, and it's just been a great experience for me. In terms of my own personal development, I think it's given me a greater understanding of that landscape. It's provided me with the confidence to kind of speak out and share my thoughts, particularly around inclusion and making sure any plans we were putting into place were inclusive and were considering everyone, no matter their background, their disability and things like that. Also, it's just kind of helped me to work as a team, work with a range of different people with different experiences, kind of listen to everyone's opinions and just work really well together. And I think working with all the other members of the forum, we've not only worked together as a team, I think we've also made some really good friendships as well. In terms of the young persons event that we delivered last year, it was a great event. It was really well organised. Every kind of finite detail had been planned. It was kind of a great opportunity for us to promote triathlon to young people. The event itself was super rewarding. It was great to see so many young people of all different ages and all different experiences come along, and it was just such an inspiring, motivating event, and it was just great to work with all the other panel members to deliver that, both from the planning stage and on the day. And hopefully Triathlon England will be putting some more plans into place to do that and develop sport even further. So yeah, it's been an absolutely amazing experience, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what plans we can put into place further.
Hi, I'm Phoebe. My time in the Youth Forum has been a great way for me to meet other young leaders who are passionate about creating positive experiences for young people in triathlon. Being given the opportunity to organise and deliver the Children's Go Tri race in February was a great challenge for the group, and seeing the children complete it and have fun was very rewarding. I believe there is great potential for the role that the Youth Forum plays within Triathlon England, and they have been so open to us getting involved in any way we can. Listening to the ideas and opinions of people from a diverse range of ages is a valuable asset to any organisation, and it is fantastic to see that Triathlon England are really engaging in this.
Well done to our Youth Forum for a very inspirational review of the year, and it's clear that the future of triathlon is in very good hands. Now I would like to formally hand over to the Chair of Triathlon England, Debbie Clark, who will formally open the AGM session.
You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yes. You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me.
Welcome everyone to our first virtual Triathlon England AGM. My name is Debbie Clark and I'm the Chair of Triathlon England. Hello everyone. Apologies for the technical glitch. As you can imagine, we're doing this for the first time, and trying to get all of the videos lined up is taking us a little bit longer than we anticipated. So do bear with us. We are nearly there. We hope to be back with you in a second. Thank you. Welcome everyone to our first virtual Triathlon England AGM. My name is Debbie Clark and I'm the chair of Triathlon England. I hope you're enjoying the day so far and have had a chance to participate in one of the brilliant seminars. I really enjoyed just watching the last video with some great memories from what has been a very challenging year. We hope to have a fairly succinct AGM to allow plenty of time afterwards for a Q&A with the exec team and the board. Feel free to ask any burning questions you may have. If you'd like to ask a question, feel free to add them to the Q&A box during the session and we'll try to answer as many as possible. After this session, we will have a short coffee break or a time for a short run if you're so inclined, and then we'll move to question time with two of our amazing elite athletes, Andy Lewis and Sophie Caldwell, followed by the much anticipated 2020 Triathlon England Awards ceremony. Following my chair's report, I will pass over to Jamie Gordon, our Triathlon England Council President, for a regional roundup of the year, and two of our board members. Firstly, Louise McFadden, who will take you through the financial results for the year, and then to Halima Khan, who will be explaining more about our equality, diversity and inclusion plans. This is an area which is hugely important for our organisation. We strive to be a sport for everybody. We wish to break down the barriers which our sport may portray and create opportunities and support anybody who would like to take part in great experiences through swim, bike and run. We recognise that there is so much more we can do at all levels of our sport, and promoting diversity amongst participants and decision makers remains a key focus for us. We want to ensure our actions are louder than just words. The final section of the AGM before Q&A will be the announcement of the results of the resolutions. I will run through the resolutions briefly and then confirm the voting results. 2020 has been a very difficult year for everybody, but I wanted to start by acknowledging what a wonderful membership and volunteer base we have. You have all been so supportive of our organisation. Thank you so much. I have been honoured to have the opportunity to hold the post of chair on an interim basis since March 2020, and more recently was delighted to accept the opportunity to become the chair on a more permanent basis in September. To have the chance to lead this board and organisation is a true privilege, and I've been blown away by the resilience and forward thinking that has been demonstrated in the face of everything that 2020 has presented. The chaos and tragedy of COVID-19 has really tested individuals, the sporting landscape and our organisation. But I have been so proud of the resolve, dedication of the executive team and staff at Triathlon England and the rest of my fellow board and council members. Everybody has been available at such short notice to support the many decisions which have had to be made this year. A big thank you to all the staff at Triathlon England. The changing working environments and confusing governmental messaging would have made your roles ever more challenging, but you've all worked very closely together to help us put out clear, concise guidance to all our members and stakeholders. Our return to play guidance through event organisers, clubs and participants has been some of the best produced by any UK sporting body. Since taking up the role, we have all seen huge change and challenge in our lives, and the world of triathlon is no exception. Despite this, however, it has been great to see the green shoots of opportunity that have come forward for our sport to develop and diversify. Clubs and event organisers across England have found this season especially difficult due to the necessary suspension of activity and government regulations. However, they have also shown great creativity and ingenuity to continue offering great experiences through swim, bike and run. Virtual challenges and online activities have broadened access to multi-sport and kept people active at home, as well as creating a sense of community that has been under threat by physical separation. In March, the team set up the membership hub on Facebook to help members share ideas, activities and thoughts on how to stay active with friends and family during the pandemic. The hub now has nearly 3,000 followers and is as busy now as it was then. There have also been a number of excellent online challenges created by the team, such as the Big Colour Challenge, which had over 5,000 entries, and Virtual Leads, which had 5,900 entries, including over 200 children. Many of our board and council members entered Virtual Leads for a bit of friendly competition, or so we told ourselves. Our regional clubs are the backbone of our sport. We have over 470 amazing affiliated clubs around the country, many of which are community clubs, all run by an army of volunteers whose commitment to the sport is unbounded. Throughout this year, our club committees have come up with ever more ingenious ways of keeping club members active and welcoming new members into the sport. Thank you so much for supporting your local communities. We recognise that not all our members are members of their local clubs, and some people enjoy training alone. But I can certainly recommend the support and camaraderie of the club network, especially in these uncertain times. If you would like a recommendation of a club in your area, the Triathlon England website has a database which you can search. Our clubs are supported locally by a Triathlon England regional manager, and each region has a Triathlon England regional committee. These committees are run by local volunteers, all with a passion to support our sport. These regional committees are your voices, so please reach out to your local committee and regional manager if there are queries or concerns you or your club may have, or if you want to get more involved in your region. Jamie Gordon, our president of the Triathlon England Council, will explain more about the work the council members have been doing within the region in his talk next. My heartfelt thoughts go out to the many event organisers who have had to postpone and in many circumstances to cancel so many events this year, and to our athletes, many of whom had carefully planned their year around racing both in the UK and abroad. 2019 saw over 1,000 events, but only 67 had been able to be delivered between January and March, when the lockdown sadly closed down our sport. Return to play allowed us to start permitting events from the 25th of July. This was a welcome move, though we all wished it could have been much sooner. Since this time, we've been able to permit events, and we've seen 79 multi-sport events take place throughout the country, where participants have been able to enjoy some brilliant swim, bike, run experiences. The safety, health and support of all of our top participants and volunteers at permitted events has been paramount in ensuring these events could restart safely. We've seen 21 Go Try events take place, including those in Hull, Manchester, Reading and Torbay, to mention a few, helping over 1,200 people access the sport, many for the first time. And I'm delighted that our Go Try community has grown by over 800, and really pleased that 48% of new Go Try participants are female. From Go Try events to club events across the country, we have all had a number of choices to participate and compete in if we wanted to. We have had some brilliant feedback from participants and volunteers, all enjoying the return to multi-sport action. From Holmfirth Junior Duathlon in Yorkshire, Helvellyn Triathlon in the Northwest, Eastbourne Aquathon in the Southeast, the Cotswolds 113 in the Southwest, to events at Blenheim Outlaw X, and Heaver. Thank you so much to everybody who has made these events happen. I'm really delighted that Johnny Ryle has been appointed Triathlon England Commonwealth Games team leader for Birmingham 2022. Johnny has a wealth of experience and some really exciting ideas about how we can ensure we get the best possible outcomes from the home games and leave a legacy for triathlon, which we'll all be proud of. In the run-up to 2022, there will be many more announcements from Johnny and the team as the plans for this exciting event are finalised. Finally, remember to put the weekend of the 5th and 6th of June in your diaries for the AJ Bell World Triathlon Leads event. As well as age group, TriStar, recreational and elite racing, for the first time, elite paratriathletes will also be taken to the start line for the World Paratriathlon Series. This is a welcome inclusion in the biggest celebration of triathlon in the UK. It should be a great weekend of sport, and I hope to see many of you there. So how does the future landscape look for our sport? Well, I feel that triathlon has so much to offer potential and existing members throughout the country. And whilst we have to rebuild due to COVID-19, we are in a strong position to continue to grow, develop, and diversify through offering exceptional swim, bike, run opportunities to everybody over the coming years. We are seeing many different formats of our sport and new locations hosting events. And in the short term, I do hope we can continue to see racing over the winter months. There is nothing quite like racing on a crisp winter's morning, though I have had difficulty removing my cycle helmet more than once due to my cold hands. Longer term, despite the setbacks of this year, I truly believe we have a strong foundation and a network of amazing volunteers and employees throughout the country. Much like our athletes, they are strong, resilient, and determined. And most importantly, we are a family who will support each other and work together to ensure we have a bright future. Thank you. I would now like to hand over to Jamie Gordon, President of the Triathlon England Council, for his review of the year.
Hi, welcome to the very first virtual Triathlon England AGM. And on behalf of Triathlon England Council and the members of the Triathlon England main board, I'd like to thank you really very much for taking the time out to come and join us today. Now, for those of you who I've not had the pleasure to meet, my name is Jamie Gordon and I am the President of the Council of Triathlon England. The Council represents each of the 10 regions from around the country, each of whom is a volunteer and who are committed to helping the regional clubs and triathletes have the best experience, to help develop the clubs, the coaches, and above all, safeguard our sport for future generations. The Council's role is to represent each of the regions and the views of you, our membership, to ensure that these are fed back to Triathlon England's main board so that your voice is heard by those who make our decisions and our rules. Now, before we go on to the main reason why you're all here, which is to see who has won our 2020 Workforce Awards, I'd like to take a few minutes just to make my report to you guys and to go through the procedural aspects of an annual general meeting. Now, the purpose of an annual general meeting is twofold. Firstly, to report on the year which has just passed, and then to vote on the proposed resolutions to amend and update our constitution. It's fair to say that 2020 has been challenging for all of us. Everybody has been affected in one way or another by COVID-19. And it seems that when our world came to an abrupt halt in March, when we were placed in lockdown, that our normal lives also were put on hold. Going out, visiting friends and family, curtailed. Our normal recreation just limited to an hour a day. And overnight, what we planned for our season, the races we had been training hard for, all disappeared. But the one thing triathlon has taught me is to be resilient and to be resourceful. Sitting here today, it's good to see that our lives have, in the main, adjusted to a new normal. We've seen recently racing coming back to the UK, and we're all starting to make plans for 21. readjusting our goals, and for some of us, me in particular, making plans to lose some of the added pounds put on by watching too much Netflix over the past 6 months. But above all, I'm looking forward to being back out there, back on the field of play, seeing my friends and being part of a great and supportive community that is made up of triathletes. Whilst we may not have been racing, Triathlon England and our regional committees have been kept very busy, keeping you up to date with the ever-changing rules and regulations, helping and supporting our clubs and members to make sure that we're in the best place for the recovery, which I am sure will come in 2021. Indeed, we're seeing race calendars starting to fill, and whilst this pandemic is far from over and we are seeing further disruption to our lives, I am confident we will emerge stronger, we will be fitter, and we will be better equipped to race harder in 2021. That is my goal, and I know that goal is shared by everybody at Triathlon England and within the regions. Now, our sport relies on volunteers who freely give of their time and who are committed to helping our sport offer the best experiences to our athletes, to help clubs develop the best coaches, and above all, to safeguard our sport for future generations. Now, an important part of our sports development within the regions is aimed at advancing the skills of our junior athletes. They're the future of our sport. And whilst we had to make the hard decision to curtail racing for our juniors, our commitment to you is that each region is working hard to bring forward a full race calendar for 2021. Now, it's not going to be perfect because we know that a lot of race organisers themselves are under tremendous financial pressure. So please bear with us as we get the race calendar put together. But our commitment is that we will be racing both as adults and juniors in 2021. Some of the regulations may be slightly different, but we will be racing nonetheless. Now, one of the things I did really want to emphasize is my thanks to all the clubs and the coaches who made Zoom and virtual training fun, keeping us all involved and motivated and engaged in our sport. Without your efforts and support during the dark days of lockdown, it would have been a darn sight harder. So I want to say on behalf of everybody here at Triathlon England and the Council and the regions, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. What you did was outstanding, and some of the practices that were done were outstanding. Really, they were tremendous, and we'll see a few examples of that, I'm sure, reflected in the 2020 Workforce Awards. Within the regions, we've managed to continue to offer some limited coaching courses, albeit virtually, and in 2021 we are aiming to roll out a full program to make sure that we capture the enthusiasm of the club and upskill those members who are taking on the onerous role of being coaches. Again, the coaches are vital to our sport. One of the successes, however, has been during the lockdown is the take-up of the Club Spark system, which has enabled our clubs to be able to offer a seamless club management system. Now, it's not been without a few teething problems, but we seem to be past that, and the feedback I'm getting is that it's making life a lot easier within the clubs. So, in summary, it's been a bit of a year. I think I can say that. If not, I'm sure it'll get bleeped out. It didn't go to plan, but you triathletes, the clubs, the Triathlon England staff have all worked together, pulled together to make sure that we have stuck together. We have been resilient, we have been resourceful, and we are in a good place for 2021. So with that, I'm going to stop. That's my report for 2020. Any questions? There'll be a Q&A session following the resolutions, and ask me anything, ask the board anything. We represent you, so therefore feel free to ask anything you want of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to just spend a few minutes looking back at our highlights from 2019 and obviously talking about the future and 2020 and 2021. So those of you that were with us last year will remember that we set ourselves a surplus budget, small surplus of £12,000, and we were aiming to enable a number of things last year. So we were looking for our independent income to be greater than our grant funded income. We were about to launch our new membership structure, Essential, Core and Ultimate, and obviously we wanted this to be a success. We targeted ourselves with a 15% increase in new members, and whilst increasing membership, we really needed to maintain our event income last year as well. So how did we do? Well, the first target was to increase our independent income, and we were really successful at that. So we grew that from 49% to 53%. The blue line on this graph is our independent income. So you can see that rising above our grant funded income on the yellow line. And that's been an absolute lifeline to us in 2020. So great results there, helping our sustainability and helping us through 2020 and COVID. The other targets that we set ourselves, so our surplus, actually, we outsurpassed ourselves and we made 139,000 last year. Our membership was launched really successfully. We were fabulously retained 80% of you, and we attracted 6,000 new members last year, albeit that was only 1.5% growth rather than 15%. However, at the end of the year, we ended the year with around 27,000 new members. Our event income did reduce year on year, but during the year we entered some new partnerships, and in particular we now partner with Limelight, who, as you know, deliver London Tri, London Duathlon and Blenheim Triathlons. And once we can get back to competition, that will help us increase our event income year on year in the future. In addition, we were really pleased to introduce a number of improved member benefits last year. So you'll hopefully all be aware of these already and taking advantage of them. So we now partner with Peloton, who give 25% off to members. We're with Wahoo Fitness, and we entered into an affinity scheme with Volvo. At the end of the year, we finished now with Triathlon England reserves with £408,000, and that is actually above our investment level in our reserves policy. And whilst I'm talking about reserves, I can't not talk about British Triathlon reserves level. So if you were with us last year, you'll recall Andy stood up and talked to you about British Triathlon's results for 2018, where they'd actually made a loss in 2018 and significantly depleted their reserves. Well, they've done a fabulous performance in 2019 and recovered those reserves back. So they made a £400,000 surplus in 2019, and this graph that you can see on the screen is the combined British and Triathlon England reserves level. So they were, by the end of 2019, well above £800,000. British Triathlon's results were driven particularly by some great commercial income deals, fabulous control of costs, and really good execution of our major events last year, which meant we didn't make significant losses on those events. And I've talked about it already, and I'll talk about it again. The fact that we did that in 2019 set us up significantly for 2020 and coronavirus, because we've had to pull on those reserves in 2020. So what does the future look like? Well, we did set ourselves a surplus budget of a small surplus again of £46,000 for 2020. Circumstances have overtaken us and we are not going to be able to make that sort of budget surplus this year. We are really pleased to see that 70% of you have actually retained membership with ourselves and renewed since the beginning of the new year. And we've actually attracted 760 new members so far this year, which is brilliant news. We have no event income, as you know, or very small amounts of event income. Events are all not happening at the moment. But we do have continued support from Sport England. We've had our funds paid for 2020 of £2 million. and we've had the confirmation from them that the funds will be same funds will be available again for 2021. The executive team have done an absolute brilliant at controlling costs. They've taken advantage where possible of furlough income and the job retention scheme. But all of that being said, we are forecasting that by the end of 2020, we'll probably have made a deficit of around £240,000 to £250,000. So you can understand why our reserves that we've made previously have been so important to us this year. Who knows what 2021 is going to hold? We're looking forward to you renewing with us again and retaining your membership with us. We're hoping that events will be up and running and we'll be able to get some event income, but we really don't know. So in summary, absolutely excellent performance in 2019, a really challenging 2020 driven by external factors and pretty much unknown about the future. So I'm going to finish now and hand over, and thank you very much for listening to me, and hopefully I will see you again next year.
Hello everyone, my name's Halima and I'm the Diversity and Inclusion Lead for Triathlon England, as well as the current chair of the BTF EDI committee. When I first joined Triathlon just over 2 years ago, I was asked to come in as a co-opted board member with a portfolio overseeing diversity and inclusion. Admittedly, triathlon was a new sport to me. I could swim, bike and run, but not all in one go. However, that didn't matter. What mattered was how I can support triathlon, which offers 3 disciplines, appeal to everyone, regardless of who they are, creating a sport where we recognise and act on our own systems and policies in order to ensure equal and fair access to all. My drive was to support one of the first national governing bodies to appoint a dedicated diversity and inclusion representative at board level. We've had some great success across diversity and inclusion at Triathlon. A few of these include gaining an intermediate level equality standard, an overwhelming number of females taking part in our Go Try programme. We've listened to a variety of stakeholders in order to understand our audiences and untapped markets. We've worked on our board diversity in order to ensure our actions drive positive change at all levels of the sport. We have a board which consists of 67% female representation, 50% disability, 16% Black and minority ethnic, and 20% LGBT. Next year, alongside with the AJ Bell World Triathlon Series, for the first time, elite para triathletes will also be taken to the start line for the World Para Triathlon Series. We recognise that diversity and inclusion is everyone's business, not just that of a few. So we continue to ensure that our staff and workforce are knowledgeable in understanding diversity and inclusion in order to create a culture where everyone can thrive to create an inclusive sport. We will be reaching out to our clubs and our members to support them and ask them to think about how they can improve diversity and reach out to those who might want to take part in our sport. We want to make tangible differences, not just in our policies. We continue to make changes at an operational level too, such as highlighting our cultural events and showcasing those in our sport through this. We're delighted that Audrey Livingston shared her story with us over Black History Month. In order to be it, you sometimes do have to see it, and we're committed to using a broader range of imagery from our members and our participants, which better reflect the communities taking part in swim, bike and run. The diverse representation of our membership are things that people will continue to see more of. However, it doesn't stop here. In order to continue our work with diversity and inclusion, we need to understand more. We need to do more, and we definitely mustn't be complacent. We recognise that in order to take action which drives positive and lasting change, where we can tackle discrimination and promote inclusion, we must change attitudes, perceptions, and create a culture where swim, bike and run is seen as a sport for everyone. This goes beyond just programmes. This is about real behaviour change, where we develop environments so communities can engage with our sport successfully at any level. In March, we witnessed worldwide protests fighting for equal rights and systemic change. These tragic events escalated real conversation around race inequality and diversity. The sports sector was one of many who came forward in this fight. Along with 100 organisations in the sector, I'm proud that British Triathlon committed to tackling inequalities in our sport. We acknowledge that whilst we've made some progress in this area of work, we've not done enough, and we'll work with our sector partners to do more in order to be truly reflective of those communities we serve. In order to do this, we needed to be seen as one. So in June of this year, all 3 home nations made a commitment and agreed to come together in order to form the BTF EDI committee, who would oversee the strategic direction of this work. This approach will ensure that we're aligned in our ambitions and our duty of promoting equality. I always believe in order to be the best at something, we must reflect, understand, and listen to others before we respond. So I'm delighted, as well as creating the committee, we will, where needed, increase our resources in this area to ensure that the work is embedded in the core of our business strategy, whether that be from a commercial to a marketing and comms perspective, or from a membership to development. We want to ensure that equality is in the forefront in all parts of the work that we do. Over the next few months, the committee will be agreeing the strategic priorities which will form the framework for our 2021-2024 Equality Action Plan. However, we do recognise that in order to appeal to a wider audience, we also need to look inwards too, and we'll be committed to getting our own house in order. We need to recognise and dismantle systems that may discriminate against any structural bias. We'll be doing this by working with our team to foster a more inclusive and diverse culture within our organisations to ensure that everyone within the BTF family feels that their voice is heard. We recognise we can better reflect our communities and appeal to a diverse workforce to come and be part of our triathlon family. It's our duty, it's our social and our moral obligation. So when I look back at my time at Triathlon, I see progress. I see an organisation which is young, eager and ready to engage with anyone. Triathlon is not just talking the talk. We're ready for the action in this area. We're ready to face the challenges, but we're ready to listen, and more importantly, we're ready to create change. There's no quick fix here. However long it takes, we'll do this. I feel a sense of belonging at Triathlon, and I want others to feel that too. So I'm looking forward to being a part of the journey over the next year and seeing our action plan come to life. Finally, I'd like to thank all those within the Triathlon family who continue to ensure that this great sport can be accessed by all. Without you, we're only a sport, but with you, we are a family, the Triathlon family. So thank you all.
Hello, my name's Debbie Clark and I'm the chair of Triathlon England. I've been on the board now for 3 years.
Hello everyone, I think we've got another little technical glitch, so apologies for that one. I think Nikesh will just...
First raced in my GB age group kit at the middle distance triathlon in Pugera.
Hi guys, my name is Jamie Gordon and I am the president of the Council of Triathlon England. In essence,
hopefully you can all hear me now. Thank you everybody, and thank you for attending the Triathlon England conference and this AGM today. Hopefully our videos have given you a good understanding. Actually, I'll pause now and just wait for Nikesh to sort out the item.
A small triathlon off a small Hawaiian island, and I'm swimming our way merrily, looking down at the various sea life and the coral and bits and pieces, only to be swum over by the lead pack of females. Yes, I was that slow, and yes, I'd forgotten I was actually in a race. So yeah, probably my best sporting moment ever. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the day, and that's me. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Sarah Taylor. I'm the Council Appointed Director for the Western region, which is West Midlands, South Central and South West. I've been on the board for 4 years. I'm very involved within triathlon on many levels. One of them is an international technical official. So I've been very lucky to go to Olympic Games, Paralympics and Commonwealth Games. I'd say my greatest achievement within that was that I was in charge of the WTS Grand Final in Rotterdam in 2017, also the Paralympic World Championships in 2016. And I've also done a multitude of different events such as World Championships for multisport cross-tri.
Hi, I'm Kevin Coral. I'm the independent non-executive director with the Portfolio for Talent. I've been on the Triathlon England board for about 18 months and really enjoyed that so far. My greatest sporting moment, it's probably a professional one. I had the privilege of being the nutritionist for the British Triathlon team through Beijing and probably most importantly London. So to be part of triathlon winning its first medals in London in Hyde Park and the Mexican wave of sound that went through the Serpentine as the men ran to gold and bronze, I think it'll be something I'll never forget.
Hello, my name is Duncan Hoff and I'm the Director for Events and Participation for Triathlon England. As regards my sort of highlights in triathlon, it's a really difficult one to choose. I've been really fortunate enough to be selected for 2 Olympics and work as technical official at 2 Commonwealth Games. I've been the technical delegate 3 years in the World Triathlon Series race in Stockholm. However, there are 2 things which eclipse all of that. And that for me is actually watching other people finish. In particular, my little sister finishing her first ever triathlon probably brought the biggest lump to my throat, and also my wife from completing her first triathlon as well.
Hi everybody, my name's Louise McFadgen and I'm the Independent Director for Finance on the Triathlon England board. I've been on the board for about 4 years now, thoroughly enjoying it. And my greatest ever sporting event is getting up at an obscenely early time, 4 AM, and climbing up a mountain in Nepal to watch the sunrise above the world. It was the most magical experience ever, and I thoroughly recommend it to everyone. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abby Tillu, and I'm a non-executive director responsible for the commercial portfolio within Triathlon England. I've been on the board for just over 3 years now, and my favourite sporting achievement is probably completing my first triathlon back in 2012 in the pouring rain in London.
Hi everyone, my name's Halima Khan. I sit on the Triathlon England board as the lead for diversity and inclusion. I've been on the board now for just over 2 years. My greatest sporting moment was when I had the privilege of representing the Royal Navy women's cricket team and we toured Barbados in 2019. It was a great occasion and I was absolutely delighted and proud that I was able to serve my country in a sporting context.
I'm Steve Watmo. I joined the Triathlon England board earlier this year to support on the digital strategy. I'm a runner by background, so my favourite triathlon moments, probably watching the women's triathlon at the London 2012 Olympics.
Hi, I'm Andy Salmon. I'm the Chief Executive of both British Triathlon and Triathlon England, and today marks my 3-year anniversary in the role. I've been on the England board for the last 12 months since the change to our regulations at last year's AGM, and my favourite sporting moment would have to be the first time I played golf for Wales and heard the Welsh national anthem just before I teed off on the first. Have a great day.
Hello everyone, sorry for the hiccup earlier. Thank you all for attending the Triathlon England conference and this AGM today. I know this is a very different format for all of us, so I hope you've been able to enjoy the day. And I hope our videos have given you a good understanding of our progress so far this year in what has been obviously a very difficult environment. A reminder that if you didn't get a chance to read the portfolio slides that were showing at the beginning of the AGM, they will be available on the website. So do go and have a read through them. There's some good information on each of the portfolio areas. I'd initially like to start by approving last year's minutes. They've been available on the website and we've received no comments on them, so I'll take them as approved. I'd next like to run through each of the resolutions, and I think Linda's going to put up some slides on them to help us. We had the voting open on the resolutions up until Thursday lunchtime this week, so all the votes have now been counted. As we run through each of these, if you have any questions, do put them in the Q&A box and we'll endeavour to answer as many of them as we can during Q&A. I'll run through each of the resolutions one at a time. So firstly to resolution 1. Resolution 1 was an amendment which was to enable us to have up to 12 members of the board, but by extending the numbers of NEDs and independent NEDs. The board felt this was important to ensure we had board representation and expertise covering a wide range of areas while still remaining compliant with the Sports Governance Code. I'm pleased to say that this resolution was passed by over 75% of the members voting. Next to resolution 2. The board couldn't envisage a scenario where we would wish to deny members that are clubs a vote at an AGM. So we felt that this sentence should be removed from clause 79. This resolution has also been passed by over 75% of the members voting. Finally, to resolution 3. This amendment was to summarise the need for 3 directors to be appointed from the council, but with the focus on being the best person from the council, not necessarily limiting the pool of candidates at any given time to one region, where we may not have members willing or able in some circumstances to take on the board role. This resolution has not been passed by the members at this time, but I would like to say that the council's vote and voice on the board is very important for us. We still believe this point is important for the future, and I'd like to reach out to anyone who felt this was a resolution they couldn't support to help us understand a bit more about why not and the sorts of things we can think about for the future. So do feel free to contact either myself or Jamie, and would love to hear your views. Finally, I'd like to thank Duncan Hoff for all his time, energy and support that he has given as a Triathlon England board member. Duncan is stepping down in his position at this AGM, but will remain in an advisory capacity to ensure a smooth handover. Duncan, I'm glad you'll be remaining working with us for a while. It's been a pleasure working with you, and thank you for all of your help. I'd also like to welcome our newest member of our board, Karen Rothery. She joins us as Independent Non-Exec Director of Events and Participation going forward for the next year, and brings with her a wealth of sporting experience. Really looking forward to working with Karen. Do watch out on our social media channels for more information on Karen in due course. I'd now like to close the formal part of the AGM so that we can hand over to Q&A and invite all of the Triathlon England Management Board members back to join the panel and answer as many of your questions as possible. I'll just wait a second while we have everybody coming through. We've had a lot of good questions coming through, so we'll try and work through as many of them as possible. If we don't manage to answer any, we will try and make sure we get back to people with as many answers as we can. We might put something on the website. So watch this space and we'll try and see where we get to. So the first question that's come up is about environmental impact. In the North East, we are starting to look at how we minimise the environmental impact of our sport. Are there any plans for the NGB to look into this as well? Andy, would you like to take this point?
Yeah, thanks, Debbie. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I think first of all, this is something that the whole sport is really concerned about. You know, triathlon is a sport that does travel a lot and leaves a large carbon footprint. So we're working with World Triathlon and European Triathlon at that level. But domestically, we've set up an environmental sustainability group. We're looking very closely at how we can offset the carbon footprint that we leave on the planet by going about our daily business. And then there's a whole bunch of other tactical things that we're doing. So for example, we currently have a fleet of company vehicles. We are not going to renew that fleet of company vehicles. And we're going to, if you like, disincentivize staff to get in a car and to drive. We're going to incentivize them to, when we eventually get back to some kind of normality, to travel in much more environmentally friendly ways. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that we're doing tactically. We're also going to sign up to the United Nations Climate Action Plan. Yeah, those are the fundamentals, but there's more that we need to do for sure, so that there'll be more updates to follow, Debbie.
Thank you, Andy. That's very helpful. The next question says, individual was disappointed to see that Aquabike was not included in the British Age Group Championships for 2021, or to have qualifying events for European and World Champs next year. When can we expect to see this event included? I think that's one we might actually have to come back to you on. There's obviously, as you can imagine at the moment, a lot of flux around all of the age group and all the championships. You'll have seen the calendar that came out, I think it was earlier this week. Do watch space. We'll try and come back and put out some messaging with a bit more information on Aquabike for the future, if that's okay. The next question is about the finances. Was the large financial surplus mainly due to significant increases in affiliation fees to clubs? I think, is this one you're okay picking up on, Louise?
I think, yes, I will do, yes. I presume you're talking about Triathlon England there, not Britain. So the answer is no, it wasn't due to higher affiliation fees for clubs. It was mainly down to a couple of very boring accounting adjustments in the year when we had some accruals in the balance sheet that weren't required anymore, which gave us some one-off income in the year. So no, nothing to do with increased affiliation fees.
Thank you for that, Louise. There's another financial question. Sorry, I'm going to come straight back at you.
That's all right.
In the financial report, you said that the events didn't take too much of a financial loss. Does this mean that they did create a financial loss? And if so, what was the cause, please? And is it a case of putting something on, or rather not putting anything on? I think if that makes sense.
Yes. I think that's referring to my comment about British Triathlon and the and I was actually referring to the major events, Leeds and Nottingham was in 2018. Nod, Andy, yes, Nottingham. Andy, you might have to help me out because I can't remember whether they were broke even or very small losses as a result of those events. They weren't, it's not about, is it putting them on or not? It's about, these are really important major events for our sport. We need to showcase ourselves every year and make sure everyone knows about our profile and about our sport, and it promotes everything we need. The best, we aim to break even really with these events. They're not going to make massive surpluses, and Triathlon England supports Britain by sharing the costs of them. Do you want to add anything, Andy?
Yeah, if I may, and in some ways that links back to the previous question. And one of the reasons for the surplus was that in 2018, we lost an absolute fortune really on delivering leads because of a flawed business model. So we completely changed that business model. So that's one of the reasons that BTF had a significant financial improvement in 2019-20. But then to Paul's question specifically, there's very much two parts to that one. In the current financial year, the British division, somewhat ironically or bizarrely, does slightly better because of the postponement of the AJ Bell World Triathlon Leads, because it didn't incur some of the costs associated with that. On the other hand, and very distinctly, Triathlon England's had a horrible year this year because we make significant income in round top of the head numbers, close to £400,000 in permitting fees. Now, only 11% of our permitted events have taken place this year. So that type of event, we've seen a terrible year financially. So it's two very, very different pictures there.
Thank you, Louise and Andy. One more on the finance. With the deficit in the budget, are you looking to cut costs, services, or make staff redundant? I think, Andy, do you want to start on this one?
Yeah, and thank you for asking that question. There's a really important point here. What we've talked about a lot at the Triathlon England board, but also the British board, is what's our approach to the crisis. One approach could be to just really slash costs and protect the reserve levels. But another approach, and the one that we've taken, is to say that actually before COVID came along, we were on a very positive 5-year projection. We produced 5-year budgets. They were looking really, really healthy, and were enabling us to make surpluses to reinvest back into the sport. So COVID has changed all of that. But we believe that despite all the challenges of COVID and the loss of permitting income that I've just talked about, we can return to that growth projection in the midterm. None of us know exactly when that's going to be. So what we've done is try to take a really positive mindset to it. So yes, of course, we've made cuts. Some of them have happened naturally. Clearly things like expenses, investment into leads, as I've just mentioned, didn't happen. And so there's some natural reductions to cost there. But what we've just done, and actually haven't quite finished the process, is we have sadly placed 4 people at risk of redundancy, or 4 positions at risk of redundancy. We're just working through the consultation process with some of those individuals still. But the important point is we haven't made those positions redundant to save money. We've made them redundant to create resource, to invest in what I call the front foot approach to COVID. So for example, you might have seen on our website, we're advertising a position at the moment. There's probably going to be another 1 or 2 positions in the next week or so. Those positions are related to our approach to, for example, do more to create digital opportunities for our members and participants. Another area of focus is open water swimming. We want to do better. We want to do more to identify accredited, safe open water swimming venues and encourage more people to share what I guess most of the people on this call already know, that open water swimming can be a fantastic experience and of course is critical to the growth of our sport. So I realise I'm prattling on a bit now, Debbie, so I'll just stop there.
Don't worry, that's really helpful. Thank you, Andy. The next question has come in asking coaches that are currently on courses and should be finishing in October, what is happening with those coaching courses? Duncan, is this one you're able to pick up, or should Andy pick this one up?
I'm happy to pick it up. Obviously, it's not really my portfolio, but yeah, more than happy to pick it up. Basically, they're looking to finish them off, venues for pending. The big problem we have at present is just actually finding facilities which are open due to COVID to allow us to do those, but the desire and the will is most definitely there. And praise to the coaching team. What they have actually done as well is move to the alternative platform of using Zoom and media like that to bring the courses through to everybody. So yes, they are happening, but obviously in a different format than we've known in the past.
That's helpful. Thank you, Duncan. And the next one will be for you and Andy as well, which is what can Triathlon England do to enable more para triathletes to participate in the sport?
Yeah, I think it's like all things, it's looking for ideas, working with event organisers and people coming in with ideas and pathways that they would like to try. One of the things we discussed this morning on the workshop was electronic bikes or e-bikes. That's a great opportunity for people to come into the sport, who perhaps don't have the sort of the capability to be able to cycle normally, etc. All these things are all being looked at. It's really looking down to working with event organisers and people who want to actually drive that forward. But the desire is there. It's just looking for the platforms.
Thank you, Duncan. The next question's, what can TE offer to clubs to help get more children involved in the sport from a wider variety of backgrounds? Who would like to pick up this question? This might be thrown open to Jamie and Duncan otherwise.
I'm happy to take a stab at this one. I would say there's actually a lot of very positive work going on through the regions with the regional programme managers to get this up and running. There's been some really good programmes. There was the Go Try Brum initiative, where there was a lot of people with opportunities in sort of disadvantaged areas to get involved into it. There's also been 1 or 2 areas that we're actually looking at the beginning of the year, which unfortunately sort of had to be put on storage because of COVID. But yes, again, there's definitely the desire, there's the will there, and there was the actual projects going ahead, working with some of the local initiatives within the regions, with some of the local councils to do that. Look, for my own area in Birmingham, there's an area called Camp Hill, which again have just started up an area where they're looking to lend bikes to people who want to have a go at doing triathlon. It's like all things, definitely the desire is there. It's actually having somebody who can put those wheels in motion on a day-to-day basis, run with that project, and hopefully find some finance to support it.
Thank you, Duncan. The next question is, could Triathlon England move to an electric fleet and rent electric motorbikes for races? I think this is one for you, Andy.
Yeah, on the fleet, well, we're not going to have a fleet, but we will replace that with car allowances for those eligible staff members. And in that programme, there will be an incentive. There'll be 2 levels of incentive. One's based on carbon emissions if somebody goes for a petrol car, but there'll be an additional incentive for somebody to go for a completely electric car. So yes, on the bikes and at the events, I think definitely that's on the radar and something we'd love to be able to do. But we've got to be able to service the race and allow the motto officials to do what they need to do.
Thank you, Andy. I've got one more for you as well, which is a bit more of a wider question here. What do you think the future of triathlon in esports environment is?
Yeah, great question. I'm going to hold my hand up. I really don't know. I think I'm one of those. I'm much older than I look, and you know, I'm not totally absorbed by the whole concept of esports. I'm a bit traditional about my concept of swim, bike, run is that you know, swim in a pool or a piece of open water, and then you go outside and you ride a bike and you run. But of course, it would be ridiculous to put our head in the sand and pretend that something incredible wasn't happening across the world with esports. So it's something we'll keep an eye on. But you know, one of the beauties and difficulties of a job like this is when you've got finite resources, is to decide where to allocate your focus and where to allocate your resources. And if I'm putting myself on the spot right now, I would say that's not anywhere near our top of our priority list. I don't know whether Abby might have a comment or two to that, maybe.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. That's a really good question, and something which, you know, we thought about quite a bit, even from a you know, from a commercial standpoint as well. And you know, the idea, I guess, in the future might be to kind of partner up better with you know, some of the players already big in this space, you know, the likes of ESPN, etc. But you know, we haven't really gotten anywhere close to presenting you with a proposal or anything like that. It's something for the future. But I think the partnerships angle is definitely going to be important, because as Andy said, we ourselves have a finite number of resources, whereas some of our potential partners in the future could, you know, are actually potentially active in this space already. So I think it would be something to kind of bear in mind in terms of how we navigate through the partnership space in the future.
Thank you, Avi. I've certainly enjoyed watching many of our elite triathletes racing on Zoom, and it's been quite a surprise to see so much of that on the mainstream television. So I think there will certainly be more to come. And as individual athletes, being able to do duathlon virtually has been a great thing during lockdown. So hopefully many more of you can have a go at it if you haven't already. The next question is one that actually will be facing a lot of clubs at the moment. So the question is, my club has struggled to get back to regular training activities at venues because of the pandemic. What support is available to help us get going again? I don't know whether someone from council wants to just make some comments about what's happening more widely in the region, but this is an issue that is facing a lot of people.
Yeah, I suppose it's very localized, because you have some events or areas where some swimming pools are reopening and some swimming pools not, some other facilities opening and others not. So a lot of it is very localized. We're currently in England, we have the lockdown, so everything's closed. Then you have some in tier 3, tier 2, tier 1. And I think what we need to be mindful of is that it's going to be very regionally specific. This is where we can, as a region, or similar areas that we can utilise and signpost those. So the first port of call would be to the regional managers with Triathlon England, or to your regional committee through the Club Chairs Forum, our social media presence, asking for help.
Thank you for that, Jamie. I'd echo that point. I say, you know, do reach out to your regional committee. And I know a number of the regional groups are bringing the clubs together to share experiences, sometimes share resources or coaches. So I think in these times, if our clubs can share ideas with each other, that will help all clubs being able to get back off the ground again once we hopefully move through into next year and find a new way of working. So thank you for that question.
Debbie, could I just elaborate on that a little bit? Because there are many strands, I think, to the answer to this question. I agree with everything that Jamie's just said, but of course, what we also need is for facility operators, for local authorities to understand the risks associated, or should I say the lack of risk associated with swim, bike, run. So there are campaigns out there. There are ways for every individual to lobby their local MP, to sign petitions. I'm sure everybody's seen it on social media. So, you know, all of those efforts really help. And the other thing that we try to do is to make sure that we give really accurate guidance so that people know what they can and can't do under the regulations. And as Jamie said, that keeps changing all the time. But yeah, I think we've got to keep lobbying decision makers, because there's so much risk aversion out there, and the evidence is that doing physical activity outdoors is incredibly safe, and it is indoors actually, but especially so outdoors.
Thank you, Andy. That's a very good point. And if we all reached out to our local MPs and made the same message over again, then hopefully that message will start to get through to the powers that be. But rest assured, Triathlon England and British Triathlon are doing as much lobbying as we can as well, because we see this as really important as we come into the next phase of things for everybody. The next question is about event organisers. Event organisers have cancelled a lot of races this year due to COVID-19. How do we think this will affect racing for next year?
Okay, I suppose the ideal answer would be hopefully it doesn't. But if we've got to be really honest about this, yeah, we do think that unfortunately one or two event organisers will no longer have the desire or the ability to be with us next year, which is a shame. Also, as well as Andy's just alluded to, there will be difficulties getting some of the facilities back that we have done triathlon in the past. But hopefully, all things being equal, and we have the use of a vaccine and get things back to more normality, then hopefully things won't change too much.
Thank you, Duncan. The next question, more and more people are struggling with mental health. What are Triathlon England doing in this area? Andy, do you want to pick this one up in the first instance?
Yeah, I'd be delighted to. I think first to acknowledge that this is a huge crisis facing the country, isn't it? Let's not get into politics. It's something that we're really mindful of within the organisation. We have equivalent of 80 full-time employees within British Triathlon and Triathlon England, and it's something we talk about a great deal in team meetings, all staff meetings, and that type of thing. It's really important. So there is some guidance available, and I think what I'd like to take away, Debbie, if it's okay, is to think a bit more about what we can do for others in our triathlon community and go beyond the people that work for us. So yeah, thank you for asking that question.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I think that'll be very important going forward. The next question is a bit more of a broader one. So I'll call on a few people on the board, if that's okay, to answer this one as widely as we can. But I'll start. So the question is, what are each of the board's hopes and aspirations coming out of 2020 and hopefully going into a better 2021? From my viewpoint, I think as a board, we hope that we can learn from this year. We hope never to go through another 2020 again in the future, but we want to learn from everything that's come out of it and hopefully provide a much more stable and strong position for triathlon going forward. Now, whether that means ensuring that we are all able to train and race in a safe environment, whatever the world might throw at us, we might not be able to do that, but we certainly can ensure that the health of our athletes and our supporters and our volunteers is absolutely paramount in every event and coaching session that gets held within triathlon. But I also hope that we can reach out to a much broader base of people who want to come and join us. We all believe, that our sport is brilliant. It is one of those areas where you can gain so much from participating in it, whether you're actually actively participating as an athlete, whether you're coaching an athlete, whether you're a family member, whether you're volunteering. Some of my best experience has been standing on the sidelines, holding a tape and cheering people on. It's a great sport to be part of. So I hope we can reach out to many more people to come and join us in the years to come. Can I call on Sally to maybe give your views on what you would like to see for the coming year?
I thought you might come to me, so thank you, Debbie. Look, it's as everyone said, and we all know, it's a really tricky year, and particularly for membership. But membership proposition is underpinned by 3 words: supported, connected, and protected. And that is a really good value proposition for us, for members moving forward. I think I've seen some real success in our retention numbers as we're starting to come out of the the big challenges of COVID, hopefully. Hitting 88% is phenomenal. Great success around the hub. We want to continue to use that. And if you haven't been to the merchandising site yet, go check it out. We've already sold, I think, £45,000 worth of merchandise. It's very popular, something we've been wanting to do for a while. So we look to continue to develop that for members. And I think as Debbie alluded to, it's very important for membership to develop a suite of products that adds value to everybody coming into the sport and through their journey in triathlon, wherever you are in that journey, that there is product that is relevant and adds value to you wherever you are in that journey. We've got a big target that we want to hit. There's a number of things that we need to do that, so we'll continue to move on that journey.
Thank you, Sally. That's great. Kevin, would you mind giving us your views?
Sure. I think in the talent area especially, it would be great if we can get those talented athletes back racing in a safe way and fulfilling their potential. We want to look at how we can support those athletes in their daily training environments, wherever that may be, and kind of, I guess, shift back from the virtual world we live in at the minute back to physical training environments and support there. And hopefully COVID allows that, or the potential vaccines and everything that hopefully is coming our way allows that to happen sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Kevin. Sarah, would you mind sharing your thoughts?
Yeah, so as one of the council appointed directors, obviously got a link with the region. So it's just been by supportive with the regions, offering information, advice and guidance. You know, as committees, we are approachable. So please approach us with any queries, questions or thoughts that you have. We would welcome them. You know, the support is there. And obviously utilising the regional managers as well. So get them more involved.
Thank you, Sarah. Tracy?
Right. I see that this is something that you can get back to doing things with your mates. The triathlon community is a really good community, and it feels like we've all been on our own this year. So just being able to connect with each other, whether that's in races or in training, it would be lovely. But also because we've been able to run and bike all during lockdown, it would be, and duathlons are one of the most easy sport events to get going. It would be really nice to be able to see participation, Go Try duathlons happening quite quickly, because it feels like that is something that would be amazing, and there might be a lot more people out there wanting to do that kind of thing because they've been doing the new sports of cycling and running over the summer.
Thank you, Tracy. Avi, what are your thoughts?
So yeah, I echo kind of a lot of the things that you guys have said, and I want to just basically pick up on, I think actually it might be the next question, so maybe this sort of half answers it as well. But I think, you know, someone made a really good point about finding new ways of enabling people to enjoy the sport. So for example, we had the Leeds Virtual Triathlon this year, which I thought was, you know, a massive success really, and people who would never otherwise have you know, taken part in a triathlon physically were able to do it just because it suited their lifestyle, or because it was cheaper to enter, or because the barrier to entry was just reduced. So, you know, I think we've demonstrated that we can be very innovative and creative in order to you know, get around the obstacles that we face this year. And I think I'm looking forward to kind of have that type of thing continue, and you know, were we to have kind of future virtual races or ways in which kind of, you know, members of our community can engage with each other, even if they can't physically race necessarily in one location, you know, I think that's something which we can definitely embrace going forward, and look at how we can facilitate that. So yeah, that's something that I'm looking forward to.
Thank you, Avi. Halima.
Thanks, Debbie. I suppose mine kind of echoes a little bit from what Tracy was saying. Is for me, it would be great to see, we've seen so many people during this pandemic get onto their bikes, go for runs, and it would be great as a sport if we can now be more representative of the communities that we're trying to serve as well. So if we can actually use this opportunity, doing in a pandemic, take it as an opportunity to try and now engage with some of these diverse communities that we know are getting out there on their bikes and are going for a run, and convert them into members really and coming into Triathlon England.
Thank you, Halima. Louise?
It's always harder when you're near the end of the list not to repeat what everyone else has said. So I echo everything that everyone said. I mean, we've all had the most difficult of year. Most of you probably don't know, but I'm not a triathlete. I do a lot of running and I like the outdoors, but I, don't do bike or swimming, and they still haven't persuaded me to. But I'm not going to promise that I'm going to do that next year. I think I'd like to be thinking about something other than worrying about the finances. We've got a really strong club atmosphere in triathlon. We've got a great governing body, and we've all spent far too much time having to have one eye on the finances this year because we weren't sure how many people were going to be members again. We knew we weren't going to have any events, and next year it'd be lovely just to start thinking about developing the sport and the athletes and the grassroots, and get Andy and the teams eyes and worries off the finances, and the more members we can retain, and thank you to, I mean, we are up to about 80%, 88% I think it was in October, retention, which is brilliant. The more we can retain, the better we can put our attentions to other things, because it helps with our financial situation. Events is the other big issue for us, and the event income is a big hole in our finances. But if we can get back to racing at all, if the government will let us next year, then that will really help us, and we'll be able to focus naturally on the sport rather than anything else.
Thank you, Louise, and we will keep trying to persuade you to do a triathlon yet.
No,
just
you won't.
wait. Stephen.
Hey, thanks, Debbie. Yeah, I think personal level for me, it would be getting back to participation in races. I'm very happy training really hard and doing most of it alone, but it really comes together with other people in races. So that side of it doesn't matter how many virtual races there are, it's not quite the same. And I guess the other one would be to hope that we can see a successful Olympic Games in the summer.
Thank you, Stephen. Duncan.
Not really much more to add than has already been said, but I think one of the things that we should actually reiterate is how positive a lot of the event organisers have been this year. In trying to put events on when things did relax a little bit, and also how they want to put events on again next year. Likewise as well with a lot of clubs and leisure centres who want to put on go tries. So I think we should be really assured of ourselves that we are in a positive position going forward next year. There's certainly the desire there from the event organisers. There's certainly the desire there from the clubs, and also from facilities as and when they're allowed to open and allow people back in there. So I think we should take it as a really positive. Once things have become a little bit more back to normal, that there is a great big desire there, and that should be something that we should really sort of build on as a good foundation.
Thank you, Duncan. And last but by no means least, Andy.
My aspiration is to need to buy a GB age group tri-suit, but that's not going to happen for anybody that's seen me running or cycling. Joking aside, in a word, it's growth. When I'm feeling self-indulgent, as a bit of what Louise said, I'd just love to have a 12-month period with nothing uncontrollable coming in and affecting what we're trying to do. But that's, we live in the world that we live in. So yeah, getting back to growth, capitalizing, like Tracy said, on the advantages we've got over indoor sports, or other sports that don't have the natural opportunities that we've got. So yeah, those are my aspirations for next year.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Andy. And keep trying in those running. You never know. You have to enter the race to get into it. So another question for Halima that's come in. How big a stride do we need to make in triathlon so that we're at a global or international standard? And what do you think are the core foundations to achieving this? Very big question.
Yes, that's actually quite a big question as well, going global and international. I think some of the things we really need to look at is collectively working together with our partners, whether that's at a local level, international or global level. But I think the biggest thing for me as well is improving our visibility. at all levels of the game, whether that's participation, elite athletes, or whether that's workforce. When people can start seeing greater diversity within a sport, it will start to bring more people into that sport. And I kind of say that from a commercial side as well, is can we diversify those sponsors or those partners that we align ourselves with? So I think there's a really big thing around visibility and profile of the sport. I think the other side of it as well is around looking at the structures that we have set up as well, and are these maybe by default, whether it's unconscious or conscious levels, are we creating structures that may not allow certain communities to actually come into the sport? And that's something that we're doing at a Triathlon England level, but it's something that needs to be looked at also at a global and an international level too.
Thank you, Halima, that's great. The next question is about clubs and members. So how can TE help clubs to encourage members to become members of Triathlon England directly? This is one I'll throw open to Sally, but I'd be also interested in hearing Jamie's views on this afterwards.
Thanks, Debbie. Yeah, I think this is an area where we have the most opportunity for club members to become members of Triathlon England. And the first things that we clearly need to do are make sure that we've got those products for the club members that are relevant and add value to club members. So there's lots of work continuing to go on with that. But I think if there are opportunities for clubs to sell in the value and the opportunities for being a Triathlon England member, that's really, really helpful. So anything you can do as clubs out there to encourage your members to support the sport, so they're also protected and connected, that would be fantastic.
Thank you, Sally. And Jamie, what are you seeing out in the regions at the moment?
We're seeing the membership is, as we've seen from our figures, resilient, even in a time when we're not racing, because I think being a member of Triathlon England is about being part of the family. And in past years, it's been about the race license. And if I do so many races, it's a case of, well, the membership pays for itself. But that's the old message. We do so much more within the membership package now for our members to help support and grow the sport. And within there, we have a number of offers which are very valuable to the members themselves, as well as the clubs. Do I think we can do more for our membership? Sure. Can we create more innovative offers? Yes, we've seen that with the membership structure that we have now. Should we be complacent? No, we shouldn't. Should we be striving and pushing everybody to become a member of Triathlon England? Yes, because the more members we have, the more diverse the voices, the better the sport will become.
Thank you, Jamie. That's a really important message. The next one's, and again, Avi referred to this earlier, but since lockdown, clubs have really embraced technological world and are learning so many new things. Are there any plans from Triathlon England to deliver more activities and events like this as we go back into some form of normal? Andy, do you want to pick this up?
Yeah, and maybe I should just clarify one of my earlier answers when I talked about the old guy who didn't really get esports. For me, when I think about esports, I think about sitting on a sofa playing a computer game. I wasn't thinking about Zwift rides and that sort of thing. I think Zwift is a huge opportunity, as a gift almost for us. And Elise put a couple of questions or comments in there, and we're really trying to drive that relationship with Zwift forwards. So are there any plans for us to deliver more activities? Absolutely. Debbie mentioned earlier the success of the virtual Leeds Challenge, where we had nearly 6,000 people taking part in a duathlon in their own way, at their own pace. The plans are in place to do another one of those in January. I mentioned earlier on the question about cuts and redundancies that we're investing more in digital, so that we have more digital team members in the office or working from home perhaps, who can drive those types of activities. So absolutely, and even if we go back to some kind of normal, we still see that being part of the mix in the future. So it's definitely a yes.
Thank you very much, Andy. There's the question that's come in on the technology strategy, so one for you, Steve. When will the technology strategy be published, and is there going to be an opportunity for consultation? What innovation do you think might be unlocked? And obviously we're at early stages, so but would you like to make a few points on this?
Yeah, I'll have a go. Risk of shooting myself in the foot. I might ask Andy to pick up just the first part of that in a second. But I think fair to say that we're doing a lot of work for a number of reasons, to sort of really set up strong platforms. That I think number one is to support future membership growth. This is one of the main reasons we're doing it, to be able to accommodate, support, and add more value to the membership. Having got that, how do we add the value? There's undoubtedly some areas in terms of how we can unlock some of the data that we have, hopefully, certainly to help to drive broader participation, to encourage a broader set of members, and also to hope to give some performance or to use the data that we have to help the membership. So there are some of the areas. I think it is fair to say that even the questions today, and there's this whole virtual space and how do we use that sort of technology, is probably that's gaining pace perhaps faster than we might have anticipated, and I think that's probably something we do need to take on board. In terms of this publishing and the timing, then I don't know if you would like to say anything on that, Andy, or be cautious for now.
Sure. If and when we proceed with this project, let's call it that, it could be the single biggest investment that Triathlon England, and indeed the other home nations and British Triathlon, because we're hoping that we'll all do it together, will ever have made. So we need approval from the full boards. We need a robust business case to put to the full boards before they can approve that expenditure. I'm hoping that the first part of that process will happen this side of Christmas, so that by the end of January, all 4 boards will have approved a proposal, and then we can go live. But to bring that to life in my sort of slightly Luddite terms, for me, it drives 2 core agendas. It drives the membership agenda and our ability to give customers what they want and communicate in a way that makes sense to them. And the other element is the event experience. So no matter how fast or slow you are, we help event organizers and we help participants through this technology have a really fantastic experience when they enter and post race. So those are the 2, for me, fundamental building blocks of it.
Thank you, Andy, that's great. Question on children in our sport. So it's clear that COVID-19 has had a huge impact on the youth of today. Do Triathlon England have any plans to increase our focus on getting more children into our sport? Andy, I think, would you like to pick up this initially?
Sure. Simple answer is yes. We've completely reorganized our development team. We've now got a head of children and young people. We've developed a schools offering. And let's be really honest. In the past, Triathlon England, going back 5 years or so, just missed an opportunity here, and we're playing catch up. But we're trying to catch up as quickly as possible. So yes, we are. Watch this space. There's going to be a lot of activity over the coming 6 months or so, particularly if we get a lifting of some of the restrictions that are in place.
Thank you, Andy. One more for you as well, I'm afraid, but I think it would be interesting. This is about open water swimming and whether there's any funding initiatives or support that clubs can get with regards to open water swimming. So I wonder whether we make some comment about Shout or any initiatives we're working around there.
Yeah, and I perhaps blend that in with one of Lee's earlier questions about working with Swim England. So I alluded briefly earlier to our belief that open water swimming is a massive opportunity to grow our sport and give people what they want and realise lots of health benefits as well. So are there any grants from TE? Well, in simple terms, no, because you've seen from Louise's presentation the financial predicament that we're in. So there isn't spare cash to distribute. There are, however, grants from Sport England for club activity. But what we're doing with open water swimming specifically, and I had a meeting with the chief execs of Swim England and Royal Life Saving Society on Thursday, a couple of days ago, is we're really clear about where we see the opportunity. So some of the cost reductions that I spoke about earlier, we're going to invest those in open water swimming. We're going to accelerate the rate at which we accredit venues as safe open water swimming venues. We're going to create a proposition for individuals so that they engage with that program So they go to those safe venues, they have a great open water swimming experience. We're going to link that into our membership, and hopefully we're going to see a seismic growth in the number of people. It's estimated, I read somewhere the other day, that 375,000 people in the UK currently do open water swimming. Now, whether you believe that figure, whether it's absolutely spot on or not, it's obvious what the scale of the opportunity is here. So this is going to be a big thing for us over the next few months.
Thank you, Andy. We're getting close to the end of the Q&A time, but we've got a question here on anti-doping. We've seen a lot of it in cycling. How can we make sure we keep doping out of our sport? Kevin, I don't know whether you want to mention anything about anti-doping on the performance side, because obviously that's very important, and we can pick up any other areas afterwards.
I mean, it's obviously incredibly important, isn't it? As well, I think certainly as far as I'm aware, we do educate our athletes on anti-doping. They're obviously all signed up to the sort of UCAD testing that they have to do as part of being funded athletes. So I imagine we do a fair amount through the pathways, to both from education perspective and then beyond. Yeah, that's probably all from my knowledge. I don't know if you want to add anything, Andy.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those plethora of things that we've got to do brilliantly, and we can never rest on our laurels. And yeah, you know, certainly in our performance side of our sport, we're very, very confident that we don't have any issues. We don't have a culture of issues, but there are issues in the sport as a whole. Of course, there are. It would be naive to pretend otherwise. So as Kevin alluded to, we see the fundamental solution being education rather than, you know, of course, there's a place for testing and for sanctioning, but it all starts with education. And that's where our focus lies.
Thank you, Andy. I absolutely agree. I think the more that we can educate all of our triathletes at all levels of our sport, from grassroots upwards, then hopefully we can start to kick doping out of our sport. And hopefully those that come into our sport never get embroiled in it. I've certainly been very pleased to see the increase in testing at an age group level, for example, at the kind of, you know, the events that I've been part of, because it just gives you a little bit more comfort that we're all on the same, we're all playing in the same field. And I've certainly been very proud of the GB team who have all come through all of that. And I think the more we can all speak out against it, the better as well. So it needs to go all the way through our sport. I think that is the end of all the questions that have come in. There's one or two that we've answered directly. Apologies if I've missed any. I'm trying to scroll through a screen on the side here. So if we have missed anything, again, do reach out to us. We'd be happy to answer questions. As Jamie, Sarah, Tracy have all said, the council are there, the regions are there to help you. And myself as chair, Andy as CEO, will also answer any questions you need at any point. So we'll now be handing over for a short comfort break, and then afterwards we will have a wonderful Q&A with Sophie Caldwell and Andy Lewis, hosted by Sky Sports presenter Kate Mason. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. It's now my pleasure to introduce Kate Mason. Kate is a renowned broadcaster and presenter with Sky Sports, who will host the question and answer session with Andy Lewis, and then our Triathlon England Award ceremony for us. Kate, over to you.
Lovely stuff. Fingers crossed you can all see me and hear me. Resounding silence is good news. Can you? Andy?
I can.
All right, spoiler alert. Yeah, we are joined by Paralympics GB's first ever gold medal winning para-triathlete. It is Andy Lewis. Andy, so great to have you with us this afternoon on such an important occasion. How are you doing?
Not bad, not bad. I'm just trying to hide my Pablo Escobar moustache here from Movember. I don't know if you can see my attempt at sort of, I don't know whether it's a Pablo Escobar or whether it's a Freddie Mercury, to be honest. I don't know which one I prefer, but yeah, don't give me any stick over it. All right, I'm trying to help Movember and I'm trying to do my part. So here we go.
I'm actually quite taken by it, Andy. I've seen some much less impressive displays, and I'm sure everyone back home is enjoying it too. But unfortunately, they can't say, so they're all on mute. We just wanted to have a bit of a chat about what you've been up to recently, and also just your memories of competing in triathlon as we celebrate some of the other big fans of the sport this afternoon. Can you tell us, to start off with, how you first got into the sport, and perhaps tell us a bit about someone who really supported you in your journey?
Okay, so I think it's probably, I mean, I know she's in this call now, so she's probably going to feel a bit embarrassed. She probably can't say anything because she's on mute. But there's a lady within the participants here called Beck Stubbins. And I think for me, when I look at how I actually got into it, it was on a bit of a whim that I went to the Stoke Mandeville Stadium to take part in one of the games that Limb Power put on for para athletes. And while I was there, Arctic won, which is a fantastic charity that is very passionate about triathlon. I think they deserve more recognition and support than they actually get, to be honest. But well, I suppose they practically threw me in the pool in a nice way. And I was there doing some athletic stuff, and they said, you want to do that? Come and have a go at a triathlon. I was like, hang on a minute. I've just got this running leg. I'm trying to learn to do one thing. 3 things is going to be a bit difficult. But yeah, they got me in the pool and I nearly drowned. And then she quickly got me back out and said, right, okay, I think we need to teach you to swim. Because it's very difficult as an amputee, the imbalance in the water, obviously not having the leg and the rotation. My rotation is, with the leg that I have got left, is better the one way than it is to the other. So yeah, it sort of stemmed from there really, and it was a case of Bex would write me a plan. She would give me some idea of what to do. I would then drive down to Chesham, where the charity is based, and practically go down there every week, and they would help me learn to swim. And then it just slowly but surely, I started then getting involved with the British Triathlon talent program. And Alistair Donaldson, who's then one of the coaches there, and the talent manager, he sort of, which was at, duathlon I did at Rockingham race circuit. So I did that there, and then after that I just did more and more triathlons, very, very small, and sort of built it up from there. But yeah, it was interesting because I get asked that question quite a bit. Oh, you must have been doing this for years, and you must have been, doing this, that, and whatever. And it wasn't. It was a case of practically getting thrown in the pool and then learning to swim and actually enjoying the fact, because I suffer with ADHD, which was diagnosed quite late in life for me, and wasn't diagnosed at school. I am obviously very active, but I also need to have a routine and a program. And triathlon has actually helped me a lot to understand that more and develop that. But yeah, so when they obviously wrote me a program and everything else, I thought to myself, well, why do one sport when I can do three? And if I ever got bored of swimming, I'd go for a run. If I ever got bored of running, I'd go for a ride. So I had plenty of opportunity really to sort of get involved in it.
That's a brilliant way of looking at it, actually, Andy, and that makes a lot of sense to me as well, thinking about, okay, let's get a bit of difference in my training straight from the off. That's really interesting. Yeah. Is that what you would recommend to anyone else with a disability who is looking to get more active? Just find someone who's got something they're passionate about who can help you, maybe.
Thing is, Kate, I tell them to have a go at anything and everything, because the fact of the matter is you can get stuck in a rut where you're just focusing on one sport. And I'm actually coaching a lad at the moment who is an amazing, he's got ADHD, he's only 15, and he's an amazing mountain bike. It's just fantastic. And he's just got a sponsorship deal actually, so we're very happy about that. But he's got ADHD, and he gets to the point where he gets bored of it at times. So I'm taking him out on the trails, and now I've managed to get him to do stuff on the road, because it's just about doing different things and variety things for him. And if the pool was open, I'd drag him in the pool as well. And I don't want him necessarily to become a triathlete, because his passion is mountain biking. But I know that he needs a variety of things. So I think if a disabled person come to me, or let's just say a para athlete came to me and they wanted to get involved in sport, I would literally first of all say, okay, tell me a little bit about what you've already done. That'd be my first question, just to see where they've done and gauge what it is. And then I would be saying, so what are your current interests? Like, what do you actually enjoy doing? Or what did you enjoy doing? And then it's sort of breaking that down really, and just trying to find things that they enjoy. So yeah, I would just tell people to have a go at anything. I tell my kids all the time, just, you know, we've got this, we all have this inbred into us as kids, okay? But absolutely, we tell our kids all the time, or adults or people with disabilities, be careful, don't do that. Oh, be careful when you're doing this, be careful. We're constantly telling people to be careful all the time. And actually, we should be allowing people to fly the nest. We should be allowing people to take risks. We should be allowing people to, you know, my kids all the time, if they go and do something, I just let them crack on with it. I mean, my little boy's into motocross. He's into mountain biking. He's absolutely nuts. And Bex and anyone that follows me on social media will see that. But I never say to him, as much as I love him and I want anything to happen to him, I never say to him or anyone else that I would be helping, saying, you know, oh, be careful, or don't do that, don't try that. Because as we all know, we learn from our mistakes, and we learn when we take risks. Sometimes they're good risks and they work out, and sometimes they don't, but we learn from it.
Shows real courage, Andy. It's a great thing to hear. Now, look, of course, we couldn't have you on the line without asking about 2016. Just talk us through it, really. Just talk us through what it felt like to win in 2016, the first GB, Paralympics GB triathlon gold.
You know what? I get asked this quite a lot, and it was very, I don't know whether it's because of my accident or whatever, but my memory is rubbish, and my wife will tell you that. I sometimes use it as a bit of an excuse, but it is rubbish. But when I actually look back at those moments, I think the only real thing that I remember, there's a few major bits, but the one bit I remember is running down that finish line, looking over my shoulder, and if you watch the feed that's on Channel 4 and it's on YouTube, you see me running down that finish line, and I look back over my shoulder, as we all do, to see who was there, and there was nobody there. And I remember at that point just thinking, because I did this in Chicago, I did an extra lap, and some people will remember that, on the bike in Chicago, and I ballsed up the World Championships. And I was running down the finish line, and I had to literally just keep looking back over my shoulder, because I was thinking, hang on a minute, have I done enough laps? Am I in the right, the right finish area or whatever? But yeah, people would just keep going, go on. And it was absolutely incredible. And I remember just lifting that tape, and a relief that it was done. But a lot of people don't know this, Kate, but I nearly never got there, because it was probably only a couple of days before we flew down to Copacabana Beach that the pressure got to me, and the mental side of it got to me. And I remember being sat with the coaches and with the psychologist and some friends, and I was just like, I don't want to do this. I can't do this. Like, where am I at? And I think it was the pressure of obviously the other events that I'd done and won, Europeans and Worlds, etc., that I actually felt really low, even though I was in the pinnacle of what I was about to do, and I was about to go down to Copacabana Beach and race in you know, an all triathlon for Paralympics. I felt I didn't know if I wanted to be there. I didn't know if I wanted to do it, and it took a lot to get me to go there. But once I was on the pontoon and the gun went, obviously everything just slotted into place, and you know, it was, and I did a wrong turn as well off the swim. I think someone else did it as well in the team. I can't remember exactly who it was, but I remember swimming to the first buoy and going to the wrong side of it. So yeah, it wasn't nothing to do with sighting. It was just absolute. And then after that, I thought, oh, I've blown this, and I was third out of the water. And it was just the fact that everything that I'd been taught by the coaches, everything just slotted into place as I went on. And I remember the run part of it, and someone overtaking me on the run, or actually right behind me on the run, and all I remember saying to myself was, focus on me, don't focus on everyone else, just focus on my performance and what I've got to do, because I was a nightmare for that before, and the coaches kept telling me off for it, and I remember just focusing on me. But the actual fact of holding up that gold medal, it was a bit upsetting because my family obviously weren't there and couldn't make it. But I remember just holding up that now, and the Sugarloaf Mountain being in the background, and obviously I've got many pictures of that now. It was a massive achievement. It was a massive achievement for me to get to that point, from being at my lowest to obviously getting to my highest within the sport. So yeah, absolutely fantastic to have achieved it, really.
And what a beautiful place it is, Rio. Wow, some of those photos are just extraordinary.
Great triathlon to do. It's a great place for a triathlon, that's for sure.
Yeah, not very easy, I wouldn't have thought, but hey. Thank you for telling us that about how you were feeling at the time as well, Andy. It's really important that people share those kind of issues, because you know, so many times people think these guys are invincible and they're just focusing on their training, and it's not the case, is it? And I think you're obviously retired now. Was that connected to that?
Yeah, partially. I think that I do miss it. I'm not going to lie. I do miss it, and I miss having the routine, and I miss having the team around me. I miss the banter more than anything. It's very difficult to sort of to create that again, particularly when you've gone through so much. But I just got to the point where I realized that I was traveling around the world, and I wasn't seeing much of my children, and it was time for me to realize that. I think after sort of the Tokyo categories and everything came out, for me it was a case of, okay, well, I've set out to become a Paralympian. I set out to achieve British, European, World and Paralympic title. And it's very difficult when you've obtained all of those to then actually turn around and think, okay, so what am I going to do now? As we know, people take a long time to work towards and achieve those titles. And I was just very fortunate, I suppose, that I came into the sport at the right time. I was supported very well and pushed into the right, the right direction. And my wife and family were very, very supportive. I mean, I don't know if anyone knows about obviously the different like the funding that you get put on by UK Sport, but when I left £38,000 a year job working for aerospace to go to 12 grand a year as an athlete, And my wife, I came home and told my wife that I was leaving Airbus to go and be an athlete for 12 grand a year, and she hit the roof. But that was probably another sort of say pressure, but another reason why I had to give it my absolute all, because I had told my family, look, you just got to trust me, just stick with me, just give me the time to go away and do what I've got to do, and I promise I will do my absolute best to come out of this and actually have achieved something. So yeah, I think with that, spending time with my children, the mental side of it as well, I suffered massively with mental health and battles with myself leading into that and after, and still struggle with that now. I talk about that quite openly now. And I needed to have some time to reflect on what I'd done, and obviously then spend some time with my family. And after that, I came out of it, and I don't know if you can see over my shoulder here, but this is a massive whiteboard, and I'm actually in my, let me just give you a little tour. So I'm actually in my garage. You can see mountain bikes. I'm mountain bike mad now. Got mountain bikes and a whiteboard in the background there. I've actually got a calendar on there at the moment, which I'm waiting to start putting races on. Right. But I used that whiteboard for a massive amount of planning, and I came back and I sort of built up a picture of what foundations have I put in place at the moment. What have I got that I'm good at or I can achieve at and move forward with? So I started to create a bit of a plan in my head, and I got to the point where I was just like, I can't do this and do the triathlon side of stuff as well at that level. Yeah. So I'm not going to say I'm retired from para triathlon. I'll still have a go at a triathlon now and again. I'm not saying I won't, do the Arctic 1 events and things like that in times to come, but I needed to find another sport. I needed to find something else to do, and I found the love of mountain biking now to get involved with that. So yeah, that's where I'm at the moment.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, you're back in. You dropped out slightly when we were just talking to you, but thank you so much for sharing all of that. And it's just been really great to hear from you, Andy Lewis, a gold medalist, just on our Zoom call.
Sorry about that.
This afternoon. That was brilliant. Thank you. I think we're now going to get on to the awards, because it's time to start recognizing all of the people in the triathlon community. So thank you so much for being such a great start to that, Andy. All right. Well, as you heard from Jamie ahead of the chat with Andy, I'm Kate Mason. I'm absolutely delighted to be hosting this year's. Wow. That is glorious. I apologize for speaking over the beginning of that absolute triumph of an opening. That was beautiful. Well done, guys. Yes. Welcome to the awards. Thank you so much for having me along. I'm a presenter for Sky Sports. I host the Football Ramble, very much an amateur participant in triathlon myself, mainly limited to, Zwift and running quite slowly outdoors since March, but I've got such a huge respect for everyone involved in this most difficult of sports, basically. And I'm just so excited to help celebrate everyone this year, and where the hardships have been not just the usual physical and mental ones of competing in the sport, but also finding brand new ways to carry on when 2020 threw up obstacle after obstacle, didn't it? And the reason that the sport has been able to continue and to be in such good shape as we come to the end of the year is all down to the hard work and dedication of volunteers like you. And today, as I think must be pretty obvious, we're all sitting in our kitchens and our sitting rooms, and I don't know, in our bathrooms, each to their own. It's a slightly different awards day to the one that I first chatted with British Triathlon's volunteer program manager, Adam Gumby, about way back at the start of the year, but it's a very important one in this year of all years. There's going to be 7 awards announced. Some of you won't have seen these before. They're brand new ones that we want to use to recognise so many of the volunteers who've been working harder than ever in 2020. All year we've been hearing stories of fundraising for local and national charities, of virtual challenges, online yoga sessions, more Zoom quizzes, as I'm sure you'll have been aware than anyone thought possible within the triathlon community. And we want to recognise the lengths that you guys have all gone to maintain that sense of community that exists within this wonderful sport. So yeah, there's new categories to reflect the virtual activities, and you might not see some of the categories that you're used to as a result of the different opportunities that have been available this year. Just to quickly run down the categories, it is going to be, first of all, Virtual Coach of the Year, then Virtual Activity of the Year, Multi-Sport Event of the Year, Coach of the Year, and Volunteer of the Year, Club of the Year, and then kind of the pinnacle in many ways this year, it's going to be Key Worker of the Year. How have we got to the winners? Well, we had 611 nominations, absolutely brilliant, received across these 7 categories. Each nomination was putting the person up for the regional award in their area. The committee from each of the 10 English regions then reviewed the nominations, they got their regional winners. All of those were then put forward for the national awards, which are right here today. And then it was down to the Triathlon England awards panel to choose between all of these winners for the top 3 and then overall winner, which was, as I'm sure you'll be able to tell when you see some of the strength of all of the candidates, was a really, really hard task. And I'm just about to be joined now by Triathlon England Council President Jamie Gordon to announce the winners in each of those. But before we get on with the awards, it'd be great to grab a quick chance to chat with Debbie Clark, Chair of Triathlon England. Debbie, if you're on the line right now. Get yourself unmuted and come and join the party.
She must be shy, Kate.
Oh,
she was here earlier.
Do you want to act her?
Hi.
Oh, here we go. Debbie Clark is in the house.
Technology going slowly today. Thank you, Kate.
Oh, don't worry at all. It's so great to see you after only a few seconds. No one noticed. I'm drawing attention to it now. What am I doing? Yeah, of course, you were previously chair of the London Region Committee for Triathlon England, now chairing the committee for the whole of England. And great to just catch you for a few minutes before we start the awards proper, if you like. So Debbie, it's what, just over 10 years since you first started doing triathlons yourself? I imagine the pandemic wasn't going to stop you, was it? How have you been getting on with your own triathlon training?
Yeah, it's been quite interesting. I think that's a strange word to use for the moment, but like many other triathletes, my 2020 year never really got started. So all the races I had were cancelled. I've been lucky in that most of my races have been rescheduled for 2021. So I've really treated this year as the best preparation I could possibly get for what I hope is going to be a great racing season next year. So I hope that, everything that I'm doing now, both virtually and out on the roads, will help translate into performance later. But I think without my triathlon club, the triathlon community, and obviously Zwift, I'd have found this year immensely difficult. But I think adding on things like strength and conditioning, yoga, they're all the things I never did properly before the pandemic, and now I've got the time to do them, so I can.
Taking advantage of the opportunities,
yeah.
That's lovely to hear. I mean, these awards today obviously are recognising so many volunteers throughout the sport, and you talk about motivation that for some people took a hit during the pandemic, but really it seems as though some of these guys are just so dedicated, no matter, they've just seen this as an opportunity to demonstrate even more how important they are to the sport. I mean, how do you feel about this chance to recognise the volunteers and what they've done for the sport?
It's absolutely amazing. And when we knew that we couldn't have a physical conference, the virtual conference was a must, because we have to celebrate our amazing volunteers. They're the heart and soul of our sport. Without their dedication, commitment, tenacity, the whole amazing volunteer community we have, our sport wouldn't function properly. So it's ever more important at regional level, whether people are coaches, officials, committee members, race marshals, timekeeper, parent, bike carrier, that's my husband usually. People's role in the triathlon family is so important. And this year more than ever, we really need to celebrate the success of our volunteers.
And it has obviously been different this year. You know, it's hard, you don't want to keep going, you don't want to keep talking about the thing that's been making life so tricky with the pandemic, but in a sense, it highlights how incredible these people have been this year of all years to overcome these obstacles. Things being delivered. Sometimes people have been able to get out together, you know, in some of the hiatuses between things being completely cancelled. And sometimes people are doing what we're doing right now, chatting to each other on Zoom. And the sad thing, as you mentioned, of course, is that we're not all together and we're not able to, you know, hear the applause for all of these guys. So what would you say to all of the regional winners who've dealt so incredibly with this?
I'd say a heartfelt thank you to everybody. You've all worked so tirelessly to ensure that current and aspiring multi-sport athletes can continue to race, train, and most importantly, stay connected, as you mentioned, Kate. I think everything that all of our award winners, both our nominees and our winners, have done is really shown that whatever anything throws at them, they will continue to put in the effort and dedication for our sport, which is just amazing. Without them, we couldn't do what we do. So thank you.
Lovely words, Debbie. Thank you so much for taking a moment to make us feel warm inside. I think if anyone feels like I do after that, I can't wait to celebrate these guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes, as you'll see on your screen, it is time. It's time. It's the moment for the awards. Before we start, just briefly, we're so sorry to say that we can't all be together and hear you all, but just, you know, feel free to cheer and shout in your homes. That's what I'm imagining in the back of my mind right now. And as you can see from the Q&A just then, and hopefully you can see on your screens, it just says the awards now. The top three and the winners are all going to appear on your screen, so you can follow along and make sure you haven't missed anybody if you find yourself needing to make a cup of tea, for example. Let's make a start, shall we? First category of the 2020 awards. And I am joined now, I hope, by Jamie Gordon, Triathlon England Council President, to announce this year's winners. Here he is. It's been a busy day for you, Jamie.
It's been a very, very busy day, but it's been an enjoyable day. Yet another day in front of a Zoom and a webcam. But enough of what I do in my private life. It's been a really engaging day, and I hope everybody's enjoyed it. But this is what people are really looking forward to, seeing who's won our awards for this year. So let's not keep them in much more suspense.
I thought you were going to build it up even more there.
No. The drum rolls will come, I'm sure.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so as you can see, it is time for Virtual Coach of the Year. Basically, this is about reflecting how creative everyone in the swim, bike, run community has had to be this year. The first two awards are Virtual Coach and Virtual Activity. Many of these nominees had to learn new skills literally overnight to help them continue with their activities, as well as using every bit of their experience to support the teams and the people that they were leading. So whether, you know, again, those Zoom, should get shares in Zoom, those Zoom strength and conditioning sessions, virtual 5K races, whatever it is, the first two awards are just a thank you to everybody who adapted so beautifully and took everyone with them, taking on their new roles this year. So here it is, Virtual Coach of the Year, to recognise those coaches who've led the charge on this. Start with third place, shall we? Paul Williams. Here he is from London. Love it. I thought I was going to have to provide my own sound effects. So, you know, I'm feeling pretty chilled as a result of this. Paul, huge congratulations. Paul only qualified as a coach at the beginning of the year, and then when the pandemic hit, he was keen to put his new skills and his qualification to good use. He started a 7-week running focus program, attracting 20 people to join, and he's working to help people across 3 very different ability levels, which is a tricky task, especially for a new coach. So congratulations, Paul, on your 3rd place in Virtual Coach of the Year. Here it comes. Who needs atmosphere? We brought it all to you. In second, yes, it is Mark Fraser from the East region. Mark, congratulations. This is for your virtual activities for Wooden Triathlon Club. Virtual training sessions to keep club spirit alive. They meant everyone could train together, even though we were all so far apart. During the spring national lockdown, Mark's activities were so much fun that they also brought new people into the club. They were just so keen to get involved in what Mark was putting on. So congratulations, Mark, in second.
And our worthy winner, Colin. Colin's from the East Midlands and coaches at the Leicester Junior Triathlon Club. He helped engage their members and keep them active and motivated whilst they were at home during the lockdown, organising weekly runs and cycling sessions that prescribed how the members should be training, as well as Colin's S-Miles that gave them 90 minutes to cover as many miles as possible. These sessions were more than just about training, however. Members connected over Zoom to maintain a sense of community, sharing laughs and encouragement, as well as being kept up to date with their league table positions for Colin's S-Miles. Well done, Colin, and keep up the good work.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations to Colin. What an achievement. Now, we come on to Virtual Activity of the Year. This is the second of the new categories. It takes in everything that's been running virtually in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And in this one as well, we've got 3 nominations, and we're going to reveal them and then tell you who's in first, second and third place. We wanted to celebrate the way that basically after normal triathlon activity was suspended, everyone's enthusiasm to just keep training and also competing and socializing, which is, you know, important, pretty core, I think it's fair to say, kept the triathlon community going. So thank you to you guys. And we're going to announce the third place now.
Kate, if I may, can I say a few words about this event?
Of course you can.
Yeah, because I should have been down there at Keswick for the Lakesman for the event, and I know that when they had to cancel that event, they were extremely disappointed with having to cancel and letting down a lot of their very, very loyal and passionate competitors. So what Marie and Phil did, they managed to put the Lakesman in lockdown on, which was a virtual event. They put together a fantastic event, which was very well supported. They posted out the trophies and gave everybody individual race numbers. And it was a cracking event. So well done and congratulations to the team at the Lakesman in lockdown.
That is absolutely brilliant to hear. And something really special about still having your trophies at home, isn't it? Everyone wants to have on those physical trophies.
And, you know, hats off to them. They managed to put this on in very short order and they did a very good job and it was extremely well supported. So well done to the team at the Lakesman.
Oh, huge. Right. So that is your third place. Here's second. It goes. Oh, lovely stuff. Yes, this goes to Nikki Dick for her daily lockdown videos. I'm sure many of you will have seen, as I have, on Facebook, little videos picking up on the comical sides of the sport, shared in the beautiful Yorkshire surroundings of our farm, and also featuring some suggestions for training. So, you know, when people are saying you should limit your social media time, particularly at the moment, that was a great way to spend a bit of time on Facebook. Nikki, thank you and congratulations. And here's the winner.
And our worthy winner is Francis from the Northeast and is a member of the Alnwick District Triathlon Club. He was inspired by the work of the Alnwick District Food Bank and so organised the club's 1,000 mile challenge to support them and to set club members the challenge of collectively swimming, biking and running over 1,000 miles over a weekend and to raise money for the food bank at the same time. By the time the club totals were in, the final distance covered was a massive 2,384 miles with enough money raised to provide over 400 food parcels. So Francis, a worthy winner of the virtual activity of the year for 2020.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Francis. So those are the first two. We've got Maths Geniuses will be able to tell you we've got 5 more awards to come. But before that, I'm so excited to tell you we've got another special guest who's joining us. It is Sophie Caldwell, World Cup winner in Cagliari in 2019, part of the Great Britain team to take gold at the Accenture World Triathlon Mixed Relay in Nottingham. We've had questions submitted by lots of you already, so we've got plenty of great stuff to put to Sophie, and I'm going to do that for you right now because I can see her lighting up my screen. Hi Sophie, how's it going?
Good, thank you. Good, how are you?
Yeah, not doing too bad actually. I've got my tea, I've got rain is outside, so you know, it's good to be indoors in these conditions. Let's hear from you then. Same question I guess we spoke to Debbie about just now. You know, it's obviously been tough with COVID, but how have you been dealing with this from a training perspective, but also from just staying positive?
I think when the first lockdown hit, obviously that was quite a shock to everyone. Like no one had been in that situation before. So yeah, like everyone else, the first couple of weeks I sort of like was floating around and didn't really know what I was doing. But once you kind of realize that you're going to be in this situation for a while, I kind of went back and spoke to my coach, and it was all about, you know, what can we still achieve in this time? You know, we can't race like we'd normally do. We can't, you know, we can't swim, things like that, but there's still things that can be achieved and things that can be improved. So we kind of sat down and decided what were the goals. Was it going to be a, you know, 5K time trial? Was it going to be some Zwift races? Was it what was it going to do? What was going to keep me motivated and what was going to keep me interested through that time? So that's kind of what we did in the first lockdown, and then in this lockdown, it's probably been a bit different. And as an elite athlete, it's not as bad for us as it was in the first one. Like we've still got access to swimming pools, which is great, and we can still train in pairs, you know, for cycling and running and stuff. So we've still been able to do some stuff as a group like we would normally. So it's definitely been easier mentally the second lockdown, but it's definitely been for us all about like having small and achievable goals that you can kind of set through that time, which has really given us something to work for and aim for without having the races that we'd normally have.
Yeah, makes sense. So tough without being able to swim, I guess, for the first lockdown. You just what did you do? You just
well, I saw a few people getting inventive in their gardens with swimming pools, but I love swimming. Don't get me wrong, I've swam since I was a baby, so I am definitely a water girl, but there's absolutely no way I was getting a swimming pool in my garden and tethering myself to a post. That just wasn't for me. So didn't do that, but I did do a lot of stuff in the gym, band work, things like that, just to not so much to keep swim strength there, but to kind of keep a bit of like shoulder health and stuff like that. So when we did get back to the point where we could swim, we didn't have to do a really slow process of building back up. We could sort of like hit the ground, not running, hit the ground swimming, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, once the open water venues opened back up, we did a couple of that just to sort of prime ready for getting back in the pool. And then once the pools were back open, we did a couple of weeks of just basically getting back in the water and remembering how to swim longer than half an hour. And then we've been really lucky that since then, the guys at Love the Pool have done a great job of keeping it open and COVID secure. So being fortunate that we've been back swimming for quite a few months now and haven't had to stop during this second lockdown.
Yeah, okay. Bit more of a tough question, the next one, I think, talking about the fact that it should have been the Tokyo Olympics this year. Let's talk about the Olympics generally. Perhaps some of your personal highlights from previous ones, just thinking about things you've really enjoyed seeing in the past and what you're thinking about looking ahead to the future. Well, 2 lots coming up.
Yeah, I think the Olympics is the pinnacle of sport. As an athlete that does an Olympic sport, like that has been a dream, as a young age. And whether or not it did go ahead or not this year for me, obviously the team's been announced for next year with Georgia, Jess and Vicky, but not having that just to watch. Like, I love sport. I love, whether that's swimming, athletics, get into everything. You get involved in gymnastics and I can't even touch my toes. So, I absolutely love sport, and, being in that position of not having that on, it was really missed. And then you didn't even have anything on. So as soon as, Diamond League started coming back on and everything like that, it was just something that I just love to watch and get really involved in. And, even before any international races were coming on, I couldn't believe how into Zwift racing I got. Not only was I doing it, but, I was sat there while we were having dinner and I was putting on Zwift races to watch on the laptop. And my other half's going, "What are you doing?" And it's like, I know this is ridiculous and I'm literally watching these little avatars cycle around, but I just love sport. So I think, obviously athletes want to be there to compete, but for me, it was more the fact, like, you're missing this pinnacle of our sport to watch. Like, the best people have this 4-year building up. It's one day, one race or event, and you haven't got that. So yeah, it's been really hard, and hopefully, like next year we can get back to normality for all races, everything from domestic races, park runs, everything like that, all the way up to the Olympic Games. I think it's a massive spectrum of races that everyone has missed. You know what I mean? I've got family and friends that do park runs and friends that will be going to the Olympics next year, and that massive spectrum of everything in between as well. It's difficult not having that on for myself and for people that I know as well.
And of course, it's so unlikely that there's going to be fans. Well, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, there's a vaccine the way as we hear, but it's the idea of the Olympics without fans.
Yeah, it's an odd one. I mean, I did a 5K a few weeks ago, and it was very much like, don't bring anyone with you, and you can maybe bring one person, and no one was really there. And it was like, a massive park, loads of space, like all outdoors, and even for that, you couldn't have a couple of people down to watch. So it was, yeah, I mean, hopefully things change for next year, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. In terms of celebrating success, Sophie, I suppose this is a really important question generally, isn't it, when people are training? Like, how do you tend to celebrate like a good training session? Of course, a win, but how do you celebrate the small stuff as well? I'd love to hear.
I think this, celebrating the small stuff day to day is very much like a training group environment for me. Everyone talks about, like success breeds success and everything like that. But I think, being in a training environment with athletes that are always doing that, you sort of want to be a part of that, and you want to kind of like join the party with success. And whether that's, like you say races, or whether that's training sessions, it's, it's great when you kind of like finish a good session and you say to your friend and who else you also train with as well, and you're like, great session, that was really good, like pat on the back, I can move on. So for me, it's never like this massive, kudos, we did a great session, like need to tweet about it. But it's great that you kind of finish it and you've worked hard, your friend and teammates done the same, and you've got through it together, and bit of pat on the shoulder, and you go home and you're ready for the next day. So yeah, it's never a massive thing, but just recognizing that now and again with the people around you who kind of are helping you do that and joining in as well, I think is really important.
And speaking of big wins in big races, you grew up in Nottingham. How did it feel to win gold in your home city? How do you
Yeah, do you know what? Of all the races that I've done and international races, that was definitely my favourite, if not the favourite. I mean, we kind of went in, loved it to be a triathlon, and then it got turned to a duathlon. And we did an interview, and it was, so this GB team's made up of Georgia Taylor-Brown, Alex Sheed, Ben Dykstra. So you're all former world duathlon champions and Soph. I was like, oh my God, talk about the pressure for a home race. I was thinking, 3 former world duathlon champions and me, and there's no swim. This is not looking good. So yeah, it was amazing. And Georgia went off, absolutely flew off for the first leg, hand over to Ben, extended the lead even further. And I'm literally thinking, I've got to run twice here with no swim. This is not going to end well. But I, out of sheer fear for everyone else, I just got my head down for that. And yeah, it was great. I mean, loads of friends and family were there watching it. Old school teachers and people like that had come down with their children to watch. So it was great that people are cheering you on. You actually know them, and you can have a chat at the end. So yeah, it was a special day of racing.
Did you have a party? What happened afterwards? What was it like?
We went to Annie's Burger Shack in Nottingham, obviously, like big burger, fries. We went all out.
That's serious. Milkshake?
Yes.
Yeah. Chocolate?
No, vanilla.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You know, you were the one who won, so.
I can't argue.
Speaking about all your teachers who were around in that big win, do you have someone that you could tell us about who's been a particularly big influence on you as a triathlete and on the progress of you in the sport?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you've got like friends and family, but if you kind of come outside of that circle, I was remember my human biology teacher at secondary school. When A levels were split over 2 years, you had your AS and your A2. I know now that it's all in 1 year, but we had half your exams in 1 year, half in the other, and that's how you got into uni. And for the first year, I was actually away racing for the Youth Olympic Festival. It was they don't do it anymore. It was a 1 in 4 years, like the normal Olympics, but it was for youth. And there was absolutely no way I was missing that event. So I went, but as I went, it meant I missed all my AS levels. And I remember having a conversation with her, and she was like, look, we can get them moved to second year. I will help you. I will do this, and I will send you stuff, and I will do all that for you. And then I remember my psychology teacher saying to my mum on parents' evening, Sophie's going to have to decide whether she's doing academics or sport, to which my mum turned around and said, you clearly don't know my daughter. So it was great that I had my biology teacher on my side, and she actually spoke to other teachers about, like, you know, she's not going on holiday. This is, you know, incredible opportunity. It's something that she wants to do, and, you know, and become a full-time athlete. So she was definitely someone that helped me through my secondary school and doing my A levels and stuff to get me into university.
That is so lovely to hear. And it's obviously strange for teachers, I guess, having to take that attitude, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
not just the academic that we're here for. We're trying to create a human who needs to do the thing that they're best at.
Yeah. So, and I mean, the whole school was very understanding. Like, it was just a local community school, you know, it was nothing, it wasn't sports specialist or anything like that. And, you know, you normally do AS levels and you do 4 subjects and you drop 1 into A2. And I basically turned around and was like, look, I can't do 4 for AS. What's the point? I only need 3 anyway. And she was like, fair enough, you can do 3, but don't go chirping about it because everyone else will want to do 3. So yeah, just small things like that, like, really helped. And yeah, she was definitely a massive influence in helping me to get into Loughborough Uni and pursue a triathlon career.
You didn't drop her subject in the end, did you?
No, she was biology and carried that on, and then did human biology at university. So she definitely helped somewhere along the line.
God, that would have been awkward.
Yeah, thanks for your help, but don't want to do your subject.
Wicked. And okay, so we talked a bit about this year and how you've kept yourself going. What's it been like in terms of, have you had a chance to spend time doing different things as a result? Have you had a bit of a break?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm a big believer in doing other stuff out of sport day to day anyway. I've got numerous animals, chickens, dogs, rescue them, foster them, keep them, that kind of thing. I qualified as a nail technician this year, so all about doing nails and stuff. So I got lots of things anyway outside of sport. So I do think, you know, you put 110% into something, but you also need something to kind of give yourself a bit of a mental break from that. And, you know, things don't go well all the time. It's actually having something else to focus on and do is always good. So I do that anyway. And then last week, me and my other half spent a couple of days pre-lockdown, just squeezed it in the Peak District, just to kind of leave routine and do something different for a couple of days, which was nice, just to reset and then refocus coming through the winter and trying to get through a British winter is always fun.
Isn't it just, still raining.
Yeah.
So 2020, we've heard about that. What does it look like? What does this winter look like for you? What are your plans training wise and generally?
I think for me, it's just about consistency. Like, I would love to do massive weeks of training, but I end up just breaking after a couple of months. So for me, it's just about, you know, keeping a lid on things and just consistently training, and Christmas will be what Christmas will be. We always do good stuff for Christmas. Our family live down south away from us. So we always normally do a big Christmas and have a couple of easy days around training, but we'll see what happens this year. And then again, normally we'd go on a training camp, but I'm not sure. We definitely won't go on pre-Christmas, but whether something happens, you know, January, February time. Like this year, we spent nearly 7 weeks in Australia. So whether something like that happens again, I really don't know. But yeah, just preparing really for hopefully a full 2021 season.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Well, fingers crossed. Do you think that's likely?
I think they'll be racing in some capacity. I'm not sure whether we'll be looking at like full European Cups, World Cups, World Series racing. Like, I don't think they'll be putting all of that on, but I definitely think there'll be, you know, some form of World Triathlon Series and some World Cups being put on. But where they are might have to change to where they've been previously.
And how do people just keep you in touch with all of this? Do you feel as though you're getting enough like communication all the time about what's happening? Because it's changing so fast, isn't it?
I think it's very difficult as well, because you're talking about something that's on an international scale, and it's not even so much of Abu Dhabi want to put this race on. Okay, what's the situation in Abu Dhabi? It's you're putting a race on somewhere like Abu Dhabi or wherever, and then you have people trying to go from all over the world. So it's not even so much that, you know, UK, okay, this is the situation, Abu Dhabi, this is the situation, but you're also putting an event on where you're asking people to travel from New Zealand, Australia, all over Europe and South Africa, etc., etc. So it's all about trying to find a balance that's fair as well. And I think that's something that's, yeah, it's been quite difficult as well. You know, kind of, you see people who are swimming and not swimming, you see people who can travel and can't travel. So it's very difficult as well for people to put on races where it's a level playing field, because at the moment it's probably not, compared to some countries that are in complete lockdown, or, you know, like New Zealand, Australia, they can't leave. So yeah, I don't know what they'll do next year, but like I said, I hope there is something in some capacity going forward.
And you just have to persuade yourself that, like, I'm committing to this, I'm doing what I can, and what will be, I guess.
Yeah, and I think just having a clear plan on what you want to do, like whether like that's anything, whether that's stuff in the UK, whether that's training in the UK, or you want to, you know, 5Ks, 10Ks, things like that. I think, you know, having a clear plan of, okay, what do you actually want to do? What is the why of why you're doing something? Because if you're just thinking, oh, I'm just going to race every race that comes up, I can guarantee halfway through you'll be ill or injured, or you'll just absolutely burn out. So yeah, have a plan, stick to it. And yes, okay, things do change with COVID, etc. But, you know, having a logical reason of changing things rather than just flying around trying to race everything under the sun because you didn't race this year will probably not end very well.
Yeah, quite. All right, Sophie, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us this afternoon, and good luck with it.
Thank you.
Under control, but, you know, it's a tough job at the moment, especially.
Yeah, but everyone's doing their bit, as you can see with the awards. So yeah, if we all kind of pull together, I'm sure we'll get through it a lot better.
Brilliant stuff, Sophie. Talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, now back to the awards. Up pops Jamie Gordon. He's ready to tell you those big winners. Let's get to it. Multi-sport event of the year. Here's the graphic. Yeah. And here are the nominations. Lots of events, of course, very sadly cancelled in 2020. Action returned at the end of July. Lots and lots of work, of course, to let events take place in a COVID secure manner. New safety measures in place to make sure that it was safe, it was enjoyable for all of the participants. Some of the innovations included staggered starts, more room in transition, and the amount of time and work put in behind the scenes just, wow, it just really stands out hearing about all of the people who've been nominated and some of the things you guys have been through. It's absolutely incredible. This category, therefore, has changed slightly from previous years. It includes all forms of multi-sport, and it covers events organised under all banners from Go Tri to commercial events. It also features all the events that took place after the date nominations closed for the 2019 awards. And here are your 3 nominations. In third place, yes, Lincoln Junior Triathlon is organised by Lincoln Tri Club. It's put on by the juniors for the juniors, with local schools that the club works with offered free places to help encourage more young people to take up the sport. The event's been part of the East Midlands Race Series for a number of years, and it welcomes a mix of abilities, and it also raised £300 for charity this time around. Congrats, guys.
Well done.
I realised I should have had champagne, not tea. What a missed opportunity. In second place, it is Kids Try UK Bognor Triathlon by Hedgehog Tri. It's a kids event, friendly and welcoming one, and the organisers help the participants learn the rules, learn the ways that are expected at triathlon events, and look after them to make sure that they develop as they're participating and that they complete the race and are enjoying it while they do it. So that is second place.
And the winner is... The 2020 multi-sport event of the year goes to Go Tri Hull, organised by the Humber Triathletes, and our worthy winners for this year. This introductory event helped people across the area to give triathlon a go and to take up the sport that we all love, with the event introducing new people as well as welcoming back people who are regular triathletes to help them keep going and keep developing. The club do a great job of supporting these events and taking part to help impart their knowledge and to improve and respond to the ever-changing rules around triathlon. And Go Tri is an ideal sport to or entry into our sport. Humber Triathletes also managed to put this event on, taking into account the COVID-19 specific guidelines to organise the event once the suspension of triathlon activity had been lifted. So well done, guys, fantastic effort, and keep it going.
Oh, I lost my audio there. No, we're still going. Hugely impressive stuff, guys. Congratulations. We're now on to Coach of the Year. We had the Virtual Coach Award earlier. The Coach of the Year is going to be recognising coaches from the work they've done away from the virtual arena as well, and for the impact, as always, with an award like this, on the people, the impact they have on the people around them. Seems like such a long time ago now, doesn't it? But there was a time at the start of 2020 when what we might think of as normal coaching took place. Clubs even enjoyed warm weather training sessions together abroad. The Coach of the Year is going to be recognising a lot of the work from then, plus the extra time and effort that has gone into helping in-person coaching come back to in some respects at the end of the year. So here are the nominations. All right, third place it is. Rob is the third place winner from the Southeast. The coach at Ocean Lake Rob is a great support to all the members at the club. We've heard about how he's been helping them and encouraging them with all sorts of sessions that are both creative and supportive. His ability to coach and develop athletes of all abilities has seen club numbers grow, new members attracted by his friendliness and the support that he offers as a coach. So congrats, Rob. That is lovely to hear. Here's second place. Craig from the East Region. Craig's head coach of Walden Tri's juniors. He's overseen a reorganisation of the junior section that's basically meant they've got really tailored, specific training for the different levels among the juniors. He's also kept the parents up to speed with what's been going on and getting them involved and to feel like part of the club community. He coaches members in the junior and the senior sections of the club, and his aim, as with all of these things, Craig, you're succeeding, but it's to help them enjoy the sport and fulfill their potential. Congrats, coach.
And our winner is... So our 2020 Coach of the Year is Rebecca from London, and in her volunteer role as head coach at Windrush Triathlon Club in Brixton, she supports her athletes and her fellow coaches through the time and energy that she puts in. Over the time, the club has grown to over 400 members, with everyone feeling that they will be supported and catered for no matter what their level of ability. Well done, Rebecca, and a worthy accolade and a worthy winner for our 2020 Coach of the Year.
Congrats, Rebecca. Brilliant to see. All right, that is our 4th award of the afternoon. We are now into the 5th, and it is Volunteer of the Year. Volunteers, as is the whole point in many ways of this day, are the lifeblood of sport. The Volunteer of the Year award has this year been broadened to include all types, all ages of volunteer, from event marshal to technical official, team manager to club committee member. These individuals, you guys, you give up your time to support others in their swim, bike, run journey without expecting anything in return. And it's that passion for the sport and getting the people involved in it is what drives the volunteers on. So all the nominations were absolutely brilliant, but here are the top 3. Robert, Vivian and Steve. And 3rd place goes to... Oh, brilliant stuff, Steve. Yes, 3rd place for Steve Butler from the West Midlands. He's organised plenty of challenges for everyone at Malvern Triathlon Club. One great challenge that I've been hearing about was a route challenge, which involved visiting blue plaque venues in Malvern. So combining the sporting with the cultural, beautiful stuff, Steve. Well done. I'm going to get a party popper. Vivian Whitelaw, congratulations. 2nd place goes to you from Yorkshire. And it's for your leadership and the way that you've worked to develop Harrogate Tri Club. We've heard you've worked tirelessly to get the club back and running in person since the suspension was lifted on activity. You've organised committee meetings and you've spent so much time and effort communicating enthusiastically with all the members to get them back up and running and to feel involved. So congratulations and thank you.
And our winner of 2020 Volunteer of the Year is... Robert. Congratulations, Robert. And Robert is the coach at Alnwick Tri Club. Robert commits his time to the club for coaching, race organising, admin to support the club's members and activities. Is there any time left in the rest of the day? Pre-COVID, Robert coached the club's swim sessions, helping their Go Tri swimmers to develop and providing video analysis to show them how they can improve their technique and become better swimmers. He's also volunteered to run their COVID-19 secure swim sessions when they returned in person prior to this lockdown, and I'm sure he'll be there when this lockdown is eased and we're allowed back in the pool again. So, Robert, our Volunteer of the Year, well done, congratulations.
Brilliant stuff, Robert. That is absolutely fantastic. So good to see the quality of the nominations in that section as well. It's brilliant. Thank you to all of our volunteers. Now, normally this one would be the final one and the big one. It is Club of the Year, which it is again this year, but there's one more special one as we know to come. Clubs are at the heart of swim, bike, run in England, and the Club of the Year award wants to celebrate the great work of local clubs. The category is really important to recognise the way clubs have connected with their members and help them to socialise and to train throughout this year. We've seen Zoom sessions, quizzes, virtual leaderboards, really great one, and photo galleries for members to share what they've been up to. It's been really lovely to see. So here are the top three in this award. And without further ado, here's third place. Beautiful stuff. It is Craven Energy Triathlon Club from Yorkshire. They achieved Trimark Club Silver in 2019, and the club has demonstrated the strength of its committee, coaches and members throughout this year. Training sessions and social activities moved online, with the club organising run, bike and yoga sessions, as well as quizzes and also sharing recipes and ukulele sessions. whilst at home. Interesting stuff. I like it. Something really lovely they did as well was the Backyard London Marathon, through which they raised £15,000 for a local hospice and a neighbouring running club. Brilliant effort, guys. Congratulations. Here's a second. Whitney Triathlon Club from the South Central region. Congratulations, you are second place Club of the Year this year. Started by Craig, Sean and Laura just last year. They've been working to make multi-sport accessible for all and making it enjoyable for people of all abilities. And they've done so well. They're currently oversubscribed. They've got a waiting list. Particularly great work at the club. It means encouraging juniors to take on the Young Activator course and also supporting them to help in leading club training sessions. So brilliant effort in getting all the kids involved in really, really enjoying their triathlon. That's second place.
And our winner of Club of the Year 2020 is... Well done to Pontefract Tri Club from the Northeast, as well as keeping their sessions for members going during the lockdown. The club also ran podcasts to keep them up to date with club developments, news, and to organise Go Try events to help attract new people into the sport, along with junior activities to support their younger athletes. Throughout lockdown, the club coordinated weekly quizzes, running and cycling challenges to connect, motivate their members. The coaches provided support whilst members were at home to help them continue to train, with sessions returning in person under the COVID-19 guidance to ensure members are able to train in a safe environment. Fantastic, great job done. Well done, Pontefract Tri Club. Keep up the very, very good work that you're doing. Congratulations as Club of the Year 2020.
Congratulations indeed, Pontefract. So what it means is, well, that huge award has now been revealed. There's just one left to go, and it is one specifically created for 2020. And frankly, it's kind of my favorite. It is the Key Worker of the Year award, and it's recognizing the members of Triathlon England who have served the country and their local community in the fight against COVID-19. Throughout the first national lockdown back in March, British Triathlon recognised key workers within all 3 home nations by sharing their stories and saying thank you on social media. This award wants to go a bit further and celebrate those within our sport who serve our communities as key workers. Now, as you'll see on the next image, unlike the other awards, the awards panel wanted to recognise and here they all are, 5 people for us to celebrate this afternoon, 5 extraordinary people, starting off with Kate Bonziano, a nurse assistant on critical care wards in Cambridge, secretary at Walden Tri for the last 6 years. She's been a key part of the team at the club, and she really led the way when this year's event had very sadly to be cancelled. Congratulations, Kate.
Another of our worthy winners is Heidi Elliott, a primary school teacher from the East Midlands. Heidi is a coach to a large number of triathletes from a vast range of abilities, and throughout lockdown has balanced her job as working full-time in her school with virtual coaching sessions. Heidi is also a regional technical official and has received plaudits from event organisers and participants alike.
Brilliant stuff, Heidi. Let's get to Adam Elderfield. He's from London and he's worked for the NHS for 22 years. Currently part of the emergency planning team, pretty vital in current scenario. As a member of Hillingdon Triathletes, Adam has progressed through the distances from sprint to long distance, sharing his knowledge with other members to help them develop and to learn from his experiences. Adam, thank you.
And Gemma Korf is a principal respiratory physiotherapist within the South Central region and ladies captain of the Berkshire Tri Squad. In her job, she serves on the front line, helping treating patients suffering from COVID-19 and supporting them in their recovery whilst also continuing as a committee member of the club and providing training and health updates throughout. Well, Gemma.
Brilliant. And our fifth winner, it is Susie Foster, a GP from Yorkshire, founded and coaches Swans Tri Club, and she's continued to be there for club members throughout the pandemic, whether it was to be available to chat, working in the background to help the club run, or sharing information about opportunities that were coming up. Susie is so important to her club and her community, and that's why she's being recognised today as one of the 5 winners.
So, as I'm sure you'll agree with me, these are 5 incredible individuals who have done so much within the triathlon community, but also the wider community at a time of great need. And in contrast to the other 6 categories where we named winners today, the awards panel, we decided that we couldn't award a first, second and third place. Instead, we want to celebrate and recognise these 5 key workers for their dedication and their service. So each of you will be getting an award, and that will be coming in the post, as will all our award winners. The first, second and third, we will get something out in the post to you in the next few weeks from TE Towers in Loughborough. You may have to sign for it, and hopefully it won't get broken in the post, but something for you to cherish as a memento for all the hard work, dedication that you guys have done over this, well, interesting year. Well done, guys.
Yeah, 5 incredible individuals, Jamie. I think you'd agree. And so thank you to Kate, Heidi, Adam, Gemma and Susie for your service and for keeping everyone upbeat throughout this year. That is, as Jamie says, the final award for the 2020 awards. Sad to say, we must bring 2020 Triathlon England Awards to a close. It's been such a privilege to share this moment with you all. Thank you for having me. I've loved hearing the stories behind all the nominations and learning about the innovation, the sense of community that drives triathlon in this country. You've all given your time, your effort, your energy, your motivation to help swim, bike, run continue this year. You've made joy and a sense of community from this difficult time. Thank you so much for all your work, and congratulations to all the winners and all the people who were nominated but haven't been up on this board today, because we've been thinking about you all and appreciating you. Congratulations. I'm now going to hand back over to Jamie and to Debbie Clark. And Debbie is going to say a few words to us before closing today's conference. Debbie, you're up.
Thank you, Kate. I'd just like to say a huge thank you to you for your time today and hosting the Q&A Awards. It's been great to have you helping us out, and thank you very much. I'd also like to thank Andy and Sophie, some really inspirational thoughts and messages for all of us. And great to see so many of our award winners get recognised today. You've done an amazing job in what's been a very, very difficult year. Finally, to the Triathlon England team who have done an amazing job today, making today a success, and to all of you for joining us. It's been a long day. It's been a really exciting and interesting day. I hope you've enjoyed it all. I do hope that at some point we'll get to see each other in person, either training or at an event, or failing that on Zwift. But I will stay safe, train well, and I'll hand back over to Jamie for the final words.
Thank you, Debbie, and thank you, Kate. It's been a strange year, culminating very much with a strange AGM, not being able to see you guys in person. But I hope today has gone some way to recognise what is good about our sport, and that the fact is that we're in good shape for 2021. One of the things that we are is resilient. We are resourceful, and we've met the challenges of 2020 head on. The staff at Triathlon England, British Triathlon Federation have been at the forefront of our sport, getting us into a place whereby we could return to play in the summer. Yes, it's been curtailed because of another lockdown, but rest assured, we've got some very good people working on our behalf to make sure that triathlon stays front and center in the world of sport in general. I want to thank you guys for coming along today. It's always difficult when I'm just staring at a screen and getting no feedback with my lame jokes and trying to stay corporate. Sorry about the bleep earlier on, but I think I go down in history as the first person at a Triathlon England AGM to get bleeped for anything. I've enjoyed the day. I hope you have enjoyed the day. let's get into 2021. Let's come together as a family and let us celebrate what we do best, which is the sport of triathlon. Thank you very much. And that is the official close of the AGM. Thanks for being here.